Modus Super Series Internationals Pairs Champions.
And it's double Dutch delight.
It's the Netherlands!
The Netherlands are into the final. Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s.
Doing what he's best at. That's taking out big finishes. Just like 157.
Game on the second egg.
That's the second max of the game, and it forces this 1-3-4 to go. He found the first double top. He's got the second double top. Beautiful second dart. Beautiful third dart.
They weren't indeed. Game on the
Devon takes out our first shot of the day.
Still hasn't stopped him winning the groups, mind, usually. Bullseye here. Brilliant. Awesome from Dawson.
Canada.
Hi there, it is Wednesday here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth, which means, of course, we will have our first finalists at the end of this session. It's day 3 of our International Pairs Extravaganza, the second one we've held here on Pluto TV, and it's time to find out who will be the A-team. Morning, welcome along to the action. Yeah, at the end of today, we will know the first starting duo to make it to the showpiece on Saturday and the finals night of International Pairs 2. And delighted to say that Laura Turner has joined our team now for the rest of the week. Laura, not seen you for a little while. You've been away winning titles and things, haven't you?
Yeah, had a nice kind of extended holiday over in America, picked up a title, which is fantastic. But yeah, great to be back and really looking forward to seeing how this week kind of pans out.
And it's also something you know well is how to represent your country. And I think we've seen in the last one and indeed the 2 days so far this week that dynamic brings an extra spice, doesn't it?
Yeah, honestly, there's so much pride when you get the opportunity to kind of represent your country, as you mentioned. But also you're playing in a pairs tournament, so you want to play well for your partner. So there's lots of different dynamics to the pairs, which is what makes it so interesting and so exciting. But yeah, if you're the one that picks up that title, it will mean a lot.
It was the Netherlands who picked up that title last time around, and they find themselves top of Group A after 2 days play. A couple of days where they won 4 out of 5 matches. Sweden in second place, Canada in third, realistically still in contention. Wales and Scotland mathematically still in contention. South Africa yet to get off the mark. We'll start at the top, Laura. Danny Van Tripe and Jimmy Van Skeely come into this week on great form. Danny winning the last week of the previous series, Jimmy making the final of Champions Week, and they're a good pairing, aren't they?
They are, and they seem to really play well together. We watched it when they picked up the title last time. They're a pair that, they're quite comfortable with each other. They're quite happy if they're not happy with something, they're quite happy to tell each other, which is great to have that level of honesty. But they seem to really gel up on the oche, and as you say, they're both in such good form. Sometimes that doesn't always lend itself to a good pairs partnership, but with these two, it really seems to.
An interesting partnership is Jeff Smith and Dawson Michelle of Canada. Of course, Jeff Smith beating Jimmy in that Series 11 final. But no one really knowing what to expect from Dawson. Hasn't been playing darts. The way they played yesterday, are they the team emerging as a dark horse this week?
I think so. And sometimes, when you're new to it, or when you're coming back to it, I should say, in the terms of Dawson, he's given himself that day to settle in. I think you could say that was fair for Canada. But yesterday, you just have to look at the stats there. They had the best numbers of the day, the highest overall average, the highest individual average, and checkout percentage, 1, 4, 4, and 5. You could definitely say they warmed to the task yesterday, but they're going to have to push again today if they're going to have any threat of going through.
Absolutely. Let's see what the bookies think then. These are the odds for the Group A winners. Now, last time we had an international pairs week, Laura, Scotland were sitting there at 100 to 1, and I said the now infamous line, well, if you put a pound on, you'll lose a pound. Actually, you would have won £100 and you'd have been very happy that day. They're 50 to 1 today, so I'm just going to put it out there that I think that's excellent value. And I'll leave the rest to you, Laura.
I wasn't going to mention it, to be honest, Murph, but now you have. No, honestly, you can understand why the odds are in the way they are. The pair to beat are the Netherlands, and they are going into this favourite. They've been the top of the table, like you say, 1-4 from 5 both days. If they do the same again, they're through, basically. So it's interesting, but I'm not going to write off anyone. I've learnt from your mistakes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, if you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. That's responsibly. It's 18 plus gambleaware.org. All right, it's time to get the action underway. But just a reminder that tomorrow here at the Live Lounge, we're going to see Adrian Lewis make his competitive return to darts. And as a special feature, if you want to be here and hear from Adrian in person, you can come along to an audience with Adrian Lewis and Phil Taylor. They'll both be on that stage before the International Pairs Finals. Tickets will get you admission to both Phil Taylor and Adrian Lewis back together.
Guess who's back? Back again.
Phil Taylor here.
Hiya mate, it's your best friend and daughter here.
My best friend within darts. Peter Wright.
No.
It's Kevin Painter.
No.
Michael Van Gerwen.
No mate, guess again.
Luke Humphreys.
No mate.
What do you think of this Luke lately?
I've heard of him. Good little player.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll go again.
Is that alright, yeah?
Yep. Richie Burnett.
No mate, it's Adrian Lewis.
Oh, I thought you were Keith Daly. You owed me 370 quid, you do. I had you there, didn't I?
Yeah. I was just wondering if you fancy catching up, chatting about old times.
I mean, there's some great stories in them days, because Adie's always cheating. That's why I call him Porky.
Right, okay, oh God. I'll be playing at the Modus Super Series.
We've got nothing to lose.
Shall we say Saturday, 30th of August, around 4?
Hey, right, I'll see you in 2 weeks or next month or wherever. See you later, talk. Okie doke.
I'll see you there.
Just a couple of days, actually, Phil. Saturday, 30th August, indeed. Tickets are available, as you can see. Only a few tickets left, by the way, so head to dartshop.tv right now, and that will include your entrance to the International Pairs 2 Finals night, which follows on from that event. But who will be at the main event? Will either or both of these teams make it to Saturday night? Scotland, of course, did last time. Scott Campbell famously hit 2 180s in a 9-dart shootout. The only 6 darts he threw. Perfect score for him. His partner then was John Henderson. They're taking on Sweden today. Anton Östlund almost completed the perfect leg with 3 bullseyes and the first pairs 9-darter seen on TV. Robert Thornton, the double trouble 2 champion, needs little introduction. And Andreas Harrison, of course, a series champion here at the Live Lounge. Campbell completing the Scottish team, the only one of the 4 players on the stage that played in the first event, the 35-year-old from Aberdeen. And this game gets today's darting action underway. Scotland in need of a win if they're going to retain any sort of faint hopes of climbing to the top, but they'll certainly have their eyes set on a potential Group B spot. Whereas Sweden will go joint top of the table if they win their opening match.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit to play for, isn't there, for a lot of these teams? As we've mentioned, South Africa out of the running without any points to their name whatsoever. But for these two, there's quite a bit on the line still. And the referee for today, Owen Binks, will be overseeing all of the matches. And as we've already discussed, Murph, you know you're not
First leg,
able to write off a
first.
Scottish pairing that includes Scott Campbell, because he does like to remind you about it.
Yeah, he certainly does. And to be fair, Robert Thornton is one of those players who's won stuff when he has been written off in his career as well, isn't he? The UK Open win famously. I think that was an even bigger price. Thornton, I think, about 150 to 1 before that tournament started back in 2012.
100.
Ended up going on to beat the great Phil Taylor in the final. Phil, of course, who will be here on Saturday for the finals night. And that event we just mentioned, for those who can be here. If you can't be here, we will be releasing that as a show on the Super Series channel here on Pluto TV. That bit is absolutely free.
100.
There are plenty of viewers in both Scotland and Sweden. And, I mean, I think that got everybody off their seats, didn't it, on Monday when he had 1 dart left at the bull for what would have been the most remarkable 9-dart finish ever.
Yeah, and it's one of those 9-dart finishes everyone seems to have their eye on, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see it attempted again today. It's obviously a predetermined plan from the Swedes that if one player, well, if Anton, because he's throwing first, of course, goes 180,
100.
then Andreas is going to try and go 171. Looking for 161 here, but it's not going to complete the combination.
93. $60. Sweden, you require.
Yeah, it's
68.
already a really dominant start from the Swedish pair.
Game shot on the first leg.
Domination deserved what it got. The leg in the ledger.
Second leg,
for
it's
Sweden.
Scotland to draw first. Game on.
And they did it with a 15-dart holder throw.
100.
Yeah, this pairing, they've shown levels. They've already hit
97.
a ton plus average. And as a pairing, that's actually quite difficult to do because you're so used to having 1 throw in 2 that 1 throw in 4, it can upset the rhythm. But they just seem to have
39.
just got it down to a fine art so far.
And I think that the first game today, the first game for each
60.
team today is going to be very, very telling. If Sweden can win this, and then Canada can beat Netherlands in the next game, that will mean there'll just be 2 points between the top 3 after the first round of
57.
fixtures. If Wales can then beat South Africa, that'll be 4 points between the top 4. So it'll be closing up. It's all ifs and
58.
buts, but not a set of results that seems too far-fetched.
No, not at all. Not when you look at what's happened so far this week. Canada and Netherlands, they're 1 apiece. Wales have beaten South Africa on both occasions, and Sweden have beaten Scotland on both occasions this week. So it really isn't
100.
far-fetched at all.
Scotland, you require 167.
167 doesn't have to go, so if Campbell finds a treble 20, he may well choose to stay there. No, it makes me look silly again. He's got a habit of doing that.
130.
I knew he wouldn't go for the bull.
Little smile and a nod of approval in the background there for Andreas Harrison.
60. Scotland, you require 34.
Thornton straight for the lesser spotted double 17. It's even harder to spot now. He could just split this if he fancied.
17.
Oh, actually, sorry, I didn't see the score update
Sweden,
for
you require
Sweden.
126.
I'm not saying they won't take out 126. I'm not saying that at all. Because Andreas Harrison is a mean finisher.
93.
Not quite up to the task this
Scotland, you
time.
require 17.
Yeah, he hit that immaculate 134 yesterday, didn't he? Off the back of Kurt Parry hitting a maximum as well.
No score. Sweden, you require
Well, that wasn't the plan, was it?
33.
And I'm going to talk about that in a moment, that choice to go that route, because, well, that wasn't the plan either, but he could get away with it. Double 15 left. That wasn't the plan either. Double 10 left.
23.
Wow. Now
Scotland,
I think he
require
should go
17.
9 double 4. There you go. Couple of reasons for that. Robert prefers double 4, but also if you miss
Sweden,
either side, the
require
shot's not
10.
actually off yet. If you do that on a 1, 20 or 18, he's going to bust you.
Yeah, we often talk about playing the percentages, don't we?
8.
This has been
Scotland to
a bit
require.
of doubling disaster
8.
for both, and it's Scotland once again with an opportunity.
Game shot on the second leg.
And as
to
he often
Scotland.
does, Campbell calms it down. One apiece.
Third leg, it's Sweden to throw first. Game on.
That's as if to say by Robert Thornton, well, it doesn't matter how many darts it took, we won the leg.
And that is the attitude to have, especially when you're in one of those legs. If you're the one that comes away with the leg on the board, it's kind of that relief, especially when you think back to the fact that it was actually Scott Campbell that missed the 167. They were in a really commanding position. They almost let it slip.
55. $140.
Sweden quickly putting things right. 2:30 after 6 is a nice spot to be in.
81. $100. $140.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Sweden on throw once again, just dominating the leg.
Going for the treble 18 because
90.
that domination meant that Scotland weren't on a finish.
$65.
They are now.
Sweden require 40.
Yeah, obviously felt good, thought it was in. Just a little fall over the line.
20. Scotland to require
And we see
160.
Scott Campbell, he missed the 167. How much he'd like to find the 160 here.
Yeah, disappointment in the shake of the head.
63. Sweden require 20.
Totally thought on a possible 2-darter, but Andreas Harrison has 3 in his hand. Doesn't want to come inside the target here.
15.
Well, this could
Scotland
be a little bit
require
of a
97.
steal from Scotland. Going double 19. Would have left him tops.
20. Sweden require 5. Game shot on the third
Double 2
leg
is
to
found, but
Sweden.
we've seen big scores from Sweden, but there hasn't been that
Fourth leg,
much
it's
clinical
Scotland to throw
finishing.
first.
2 from
Game.
13.
It's messy, isn't it, when it comes to the outer ring? And I think we've seen that quite a few times over the course of the week. And I just wonder if it is
100.
down to the extra pressure of hitting that double for somebody else.
I think as a player, you're so used to just kind of
60.
throwing at scores. I mean, that is, the majority of what you're doing. So that bit comes very naturally. Whereas the double, you just spend that extra tiny bit of concentration. As you say, you're not just playing for yourself, you're playing for your pairs partner, you're representing your country. There's so many different elements to a pairs match that perhaps people, unless you've played it, don't quite understand.
60.
Well, I understand it very well. Laura, you're talking to the finalist of the Modus Super Series Christmas Pairs competition.
59.
Who was your partner?
Keegan Brown.
Kind of makes sense now, doesn't it?
Oh, he did beat a team that involved Scott Mitchell on the
140.
way. In fact, Scott had the worst average of the 4 of us. I must say the winning double in the final was hit by our bar manager, Bo.
68.
And her surname's not Greaves, or maybe it should be.
$100.
She carried Jared Cole to victory. Maybe one of these teams needs to sub her in. Although she's not Scottish or Swedish, not sure how that would work.
43. Sweden require 141.
So doubling has been troubling in this game. They have missed 18 darts between them.
77.
And once again, Scotland finding themselves on the
52.
back foot, and it's those little
Sweden
slips that
requires
we're seeing from
64.
both Campbell and Thornton.
Is this going to be much more tidy?
48.
Just not
Scotland
finding
require
range
136.
on the outer ring. Starting on the 16s here. I suppose what it does enable him to do, if he can't take it out,
96.
is leave tops to Robert
Sweden
Thornton. And the
requires
way
16.
that doubling has gone in this game, he may get a go at it.
Game
But
shot
not
the
this
fourth
time.
leg to Sweden. Fifth leg, it's Sweden. to
Famous
throw
for his
first.
tops hitting
Game on.
prowess, isn't he, Robert Thornton? It took him all the way to that 2015 World Grand Prix victory.
Yeah, if you're going to leave Robert any kind of double, that's the one that you'd expect.
137.
Well, that was interesting that Ursland himself decided to try and get the 171 part of the equation there. Didn't quite work out.
100.
But we know what would have happened next. Harrison would have hit a 180, which he still might.
180.
And had that dart at treble 17 gone in, Ursland would now be going for 3 bullseyes.
180.
Great response from Robert Thornton.
And maybe that's the little bit of luck that visit from Thornton deserved, because it's come in a leg when they were already miles behind. It's kind of no good, is it, having your
28.
best legs when they're having their
Sweden
best legs, and
require
having your worst ones
144.
when they're having their worst ones. Oh, that's superb. Absolutely superb. Where has it come
Game
from?
shot in the match to Sweden.
Well, throughout the match, neither team, in fact, any player in either team could finish anything. And then suddenly, Andreas Harrison produces a stunning 144, all on the 18s, for a dozen darter to win the game for Sweden. A fantastic way to finish a game, a fantastic start for Sweden, and in the grand context of the group, that sees them move to the top of the table.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Well, the table toppers were Netherlands as today got underway. They're not anymore, although they will be if they can win again. As Jimmy Van Ski and Danny Van Tripe look to carry on their great form in this format. They're taking on Dawson Michelle, the 29-year-old debutant here from Medicine Hat in Canada, partnered by his team captain Jeff Smith, fresh off that Champions Week win just a week and a half ago. Beating Jimmy Van Ski in the final, of course, runner-up in Series 11 and Series 8 when he lost to fellow Dutchman Marvin van Velzen on that occasion, and his teammate is the man who won the last week of the series but couldn't get to Champions Night, Danny Van Tripe. Over the course of the week, the order has been Dawson Michelle throwing first and Jimmy Van Ski throwing first, very much putting in their in-form player, I would say, but kind of going for the opposite technique. What do you make of that, Laura?
I think sometimes it's very much how you feel on the day. You would normally think you kind of put your most experienced and your most confident player going in first, kind of leading that charge, and that's
First leg, it's
the way
Canada
you see a lot
to
of players do it.
first.
But it's
Game
whatever
on.
you feel confident doing.
Yeah, so they carry on the way they have, and why not? They were excellent yesterday, team of the day, and we showed you the stats at the start
92.
of the session. They were superb, the Canadian pair.
$95.
I'm sure this will be a permanent addition to the Super Series
97.
schedule, and will return in 2026. This is the second and final international pairs event of 2025.
55.
It would be great if the Dutch were to do the double, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure there's some other players in the field that would disagree, but they've definitely got the potential. They've shown over the last couple of days.
60.
They've just got that level of consistency between them. They're playing with a lot of confidence. They are a confident pair.
I like that we've mixed up
93.
not just the teams, but also for some teams who plays for them. A completely New England team, half a New Scotland team. We've got South Africa representing their continent. Last time, of course, it was
58.
Kenya. We've got teams from the US and Canada for North America. I think next year it'd be nice to see a team from Asia or more than one
60.
team, because that is a continent that is really pushing on now.
Yeah, it's an absolute hotbed, isn't it, of activity when it comes to darts. Just have to look at some of the recent results on the Asian Tour and a recent WGF tournament out there. Big
64.
averages hit. But that's the thing, you're spoilt for choice now. And it's great, you know, emerging nations that perhaps you wouldn't necessarily always associate as big darting, with big darting
63.
players.
Canada
They're now
require
producing.
130.
Yeah, the only sort of issue for the selectors was that we could only have 12
58.
teams.
The Netherlands require 135.
Treble 20. Not found. So Canada coming back. And remember what we said. If Canada win this match, it'll only be 2 points between the top three. They've got the throw in it. If they can hold it 4 times, they will win the match, and it's going to be a real grandstand finish to this group.
First leg to Canada.
Like it was in Group A last time around. Michelle draws
Second leg
first
the
blood.
Netherlands to throw first.
On that occasion, Scotland emerged from nowhere to win, but we can confirm, can't we, Laura, that that won't be happening this time. They're now mathematically ruled out of a first-place finish along with South Africa.
Yeah, 4 teams now vying for that one opportunity to get through via Group A.
58.
But also those 4 teams, you know, only one can go through, but the advantage of being in the top 3 to get into Group B as well, you've got statistically a higher chance of making it through to finals night.
Yeah, and I know you said statistically because they're going to be facing Adrian Lewis and Steve Beaton. Everyone looking forward to that. The USA team looks interesting as well. Alex Spellman, Jason Brandon, and the Irish team is another team where we've got half of the team from last time around. John O'Shea returning, but he's going to be partnered by Conor Heenahan, who's no stranger to a 180 or 2 on that stage.
Yeah, maybe, you know, I'm not going to say Group C is going to be looking any better, obviously, but that is a tough Group B.
Well,
40.
I do wonder if you mentioned that this pair are not shy of telling each other when they've made a mistake, and I wonder if Jimmy Vansky thinks, well, really, mate, you should have been leaving me on a double there. You had no need to go for top stops. They're not on a finish.
99. The Netherlands require 60.
No, and they've kind of got away with it a little bit. Just 99 from Jeff Smith.
This is awkward, isn't it? Where he'd been left on 40, it would have been clear. Did clatter into the dart that was blocking the target. And suddenly 50. The leg becomes messier than it needed to be.
Yeah, I agree. I think singles allows you that opportunity to go your own routes and perhaps show back a bit more. When you're playing the pairs, you do have to think that it's your partner coming back.
Require 10.
Well, you got him into this mess, Danny.
Game
and he bails them out of it, all square, 1 apiece.
So gets Canada to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, over the last couple of days, statistically, not much to separate these two. The Dutch duo 60. With a running average of around, well, both of them around 88.5. Very similar when it comes to the checkout percentages as well. But what I liked from the Canadian pair was just how much they improved, how good they were yesterday.
60.
Bit of disappointment evident there for Dawson Michel as he went to retrieve his darts after only scoring 60. But fortunately for him, Vansky followed in
100.
kind.
100. $57.
He does tend to stay there when he throws darts at block targets. It is only 40. I think he'll come down for probably a treble 17.
91.
And you do find that with some players that they're just really reluctant to switch, and sometimes you just think, why?
No need for switching there. That was sublime from Smith, who puts his team in pole position in leg 3.
100. Canada require 104.
We did see some nice combinations from Michel yesterday. Won't be adding this one, but would like to leave Smith handy.
Yeah, we saw him cleanly take out the 72 in the first leg of the match.
150. $94. Canada requires 60.
Wow. Yeah, we thought the same.
40.
Well, it had,
The Netherlands require
by
56.
way of throwing it that low, giving him a bit of room, but couldn't find the top's target.
Game shot on the
But
third
that
leg
target
to the
not
Netherlands.
a problem for Danny Van Tripe.
Well, Scott Mitchell was with us Monday and Tuesday,
Full
and he
flag,
made
it's
the
the
point
Netherlands
that when you
first.
throw
Game on.
a bad single, the double suddenly seems smaller because you're thinking, well, if I can't hit that big target area, what chance have I got with this little one?
Yeah, it's a really good point, and it kind of goes back to
83.
conversations that we've had on many an occasion of how much darts is that mental side of the game as well, because it is the same size. It hasn't changed. It's just your perception of it has.
And the breaker throw puts Netherlands in the box seat.
134.
Well, you mentioned it earlier, these early matches, they just feel all important. They've already proven to be very important for Scotland, losing their opener and taking them out of contention to top Group 8.
58.
Yeah, for me, I think it feels like this game will determine whether it's a 2-horse race or a 3-horse race to win the group. Wales still have an outside chance, but 6 points adrift on the last day is quite a lot to catch up.
$59. The Netherlands require 144.
Lovely darts from Danny Van Tripe.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
We
To the
saw
Netherlands.
Andreas Harrison take out that finish a different way in the
Fifth leg,
previous
it's
match,
Canada
all on
to
the
throw
18s.
first.
Van Tripe,
Game on.
more conventional, just as effective.
Yeah, back-to-back legs with 144 checkouts.
100.
Yeah, the number of the day.
$43. $80.
Remember, it was something we spoke about last time, but I'm loving the uniformity of the shirts of these two duos.
55.
Yeah, everyone buying into it and proud to pull on their national jerseys.
93.
The only team that's been, I think, in this group that haven't is Scotland, although one half of them does, which is a little bit bizarre. And Scott Campbell has the shirt because he wore it last time, so odd.
58. $100. Canada require 170.
Doesn't have to go, with a chance for Canada to at least elongate this match.
81.
Jimmy just trying to put on a little bit of pressure when Jeff Smith returns to the hockey.
138. Canada require 89.
89 required to pull it back within one. It's one at the ball, and the ball is found almost plumb in the centre for Jeff Smith.
Yeah, that's clutch with a capital C,
Six
isn't it?
leggers
And Danny
Netherlands
Van
to throw
Tripe
first.
acknowledges it.
Game on.
Brilliant bullseye to keep Canada in the match. I think you said one more.
55.
2 more needed, Jeff.
I like this one leg at a time kind of thing. That's all.
Well, this is the leg, really, isn't it? Because this would be the breaker throw that they need. They'd have the darts
57.
in the decider if it got there. That's an extra element, isn't it, actually? I'm sure it's the same for the viewers at home, but as commentators here, you're constantly watching over the shoulder of the player that's throwing to see what the other three are doing.
60.
Yeah, looking out for those kind of the reactions, but like you say, not just of the partnership, but of the opposing team as well.
$96. 96. $66.
Well, the door is maybe slightly ajar here. Smith can find a couple of trebles. He'll be
52.
disappointed there. There was an opportunity, it wasn't taken.
Yeah, and I think he knew it, and it almost looked like he just tried to force the darts a little bit too much. And you get it because you want to do it, like we said before, you want to do it for your partner. You want to do it for yourself.
60.
But the same chance really is presented to his teammate. Okay, Netherlands have left to finish, but it's one of the most difficult.
58. The Netherlands require 164.
And again, a poor return.
100.
And that is sensible play from Danny van Tripe. Didn't go chasing the big shot.
94. The Netherlands
Well, good last
requires
start, just
64.
taps Jimmy Van Ski on the shoulder, if you can do that without a step ladder. But he wants double 16 to bring an end to proceedings, and that's exactly what he gets. It's a 4-2 success for Team Netherlands that takes them 2 points clear at the top of the table. Crucially, puts 4 points between them and the team they've just beaten, Canada. And the Dutch could be on course for another finals night appearance. 4-2, they defeat Smith and Merschel. Coming next, Wales take on South Africa.
$54. Charlie require 164. 44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
To the Modus Super Series, where it is going to be a meeting between South Africa and Wales. The African team still looking for their first victory of the week. 2 days, 10 matches, no wins for Devon Peterson and Carl Gabriel yet. The Welsh now have the chance to close the gap on Canada after their defeat to Netherlands in the previous game. It means that Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett can join them on 12 points and keep alive their Group B bid, as it may be. Potentially could win the group, but that is an enormous task and would rely on a real capitulation from the Netherlands. Devon Peterson, of course, has tasted individual victory on the stage, not just that Super Series win, but also the ADC Global Champion. Richie Burnett hasn't actually won a week here, but it's a special anniversary for Richie, isn't it, today?
Yeah, indeed. It was 4 years ago when Richie Burnett pinned a 9-darter. Wasn't here, wasn't in this venue. It was back when we were in Southampton. But yeah, 4 years ago to the day. So we've got expectations on Richie today. We think he needs to, we want to see a pairs 9-darter.
Yeah, and he did win in Southampton as well. So he has won in this tournament, just in a previous kind of guise of it. Unfortunately, it doesn't get him on the Wall of Champions. That only started when we became the Super Series. I'd like to give our champions a bit of respect from the wall.
First leg, it's Wales to throw first.
So the Welsh
Game
have
on.
the throw and obviously have the previous results on their side. They've beaten South Africa twice, as has every other team
100
in this group. It's a difficult scenario to go through. I'm sure they know that they're going to be in Group C, but today I'm sure is just about trying to find that little bit of confidence.
100.
Yeah, it's just trying to get something out of this early campaign. You can draw a line under it. You can start in the next group. It is a fresh plate, but yeah, you just want a bit of a confidence, bit of rhythm to draw on. But
180.
already Richie Burnett making that rather difficult for them.
Brilliant by Burnett, who
41.
is always very watchable, especially when he's not at the hockey, actually.
85.
One thing I will say about the South African pair, though, Devon Peterson, just one of those really positive characters. I had a quick catch up with him this morning, still really upbeat. Looking forward to getting back up here on the stage.
Yeah, that also made the point that Devon Peterson very much puts his mission before his own career, doesn't he? And often that is 76. To highlight darts in Africa, particularly in South Africa.
36.
But
South Africa require 170.
He really wanted Carl Gabriel to be his partner this week. He also in the previous series, I've mentioned this once on air already this week.
40.
South Africa were initially invited, and Devon Peterson actually said, well, can we play in the second one? And can you give a different African nation a chance as well? Which is how Kenya ended up playing in the first one. Hot off the good run of Peter Wachuri.
South Africa.
Well, there's a chance here. Burnett got the 180, but couldn't hit the double.
Treble 19 for double 19 for a 110 in the first leg. And
91.
Not far off the target.
40. Game shot on the first leg.
No messing around from Kurt Parry. Wales have the lead.
Second leg, it's South Africa to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, they've only picked up 9 legs so far. Averaging less than a leg a game is a little bit worrying. That Group 57. C that they're destined for will involve Denmark, Germany and Switzerland. Now, I think it's fair to say that the teams in that are maybe not expected to be at the same level as the top teams in this group.
100.
Yeah, and you could probably make an argument the teams in Group B as well, which, as mentioned before, does contain the England duo of Adrian Lewis and Steve Beaton.
Yeah, they were made favourites by the bookies as well. Adrian Lewis and Steve Beaton.
And going back to what you were saying with regards to
60.
Devon Peterson, as you say, does fly the flag for darts over in Africa, but I also think because he's the more experienced of the duo here, and we've seen it with him at the World Cup, he does take that captaincy role, takes that on his shoulders, and I do wonder sometimes if that just becomes, a big weight to bear.
140.
Yeah, you can see him there encouraging and congratulating Carl on his return after the 140. He was accused of all sorts, wasn't he, by the eventual World Cup champions Northern Ireland.
South
So
Africa,
that Devon Peterson never stopped talking on the stage. Letting his darts do the talking here. Is it going to be another?
132.
Would have been 144 in 3 straight games.
Well, you said before it was the checkout of the day, and it almost was again there for South Africa, but it's another chance.
Even Carl can't see Devon Peterson behind him, but he's still sort of trying to pass on positive energy to him. His thumb was up in the air. He was nodding, saying this is definitely going. He believes in positive vibes only, doesn't he, Devon Peterson?
South Africa requires
absolutely, and
6.
Needs to be positive. Bottom of the board, opts to switch, double 2.
Game
cleanly taken in the end by Devon Peterson. It's 1 apiece.
Man with a plan.
Third leg, it's Wales to throw first. Game on. $125. $85.
Also noticeable that most of the time this week, Carl Gabriel's been throwing first. They've changed that today. Devon Peterson, and maybe that was a discussion where they've said, right, let's just try something different. We know we're not going to go through from this group. Let's see how it goes just by changing the order up. And I think that's I don't know who would have instigated the conversation, but it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because you could crush the confidence of your partner if you say, look,
31.
They take it as, well, you're not really doing a good job.
Yeah, but you have to be able to have those conversations. So it's not infrequent in pairs. Someone will start to feel a little bit more comfortable and think, right, I'll go first this time. Let's just see if it makes any difference.
All the other teams, bar Scotland, have pretty much stuck to their order. Well, Scotland have stuck to their order, actually, but they've alternated that order match by match, which has been a different routine that we didn't really see in the previous event.
41.
John Henderson had Scott Campbell throwing first, didn't he? Which bore fruit in that 9-dart shootout.
Yeah, and some.
100. Wales, you reckon 167.
That's Wales first to a finish. He wouldn't have had to have gone for the ball
127.
if he'd hit the treble, but he went for it anyway and found it.
Burnett stands at the back of the
65.
hockey carpet, ready
Wales,
to mop up.
40. Game shot on the third
Well
leg
mopped.
to Wales. Fourth leg, it's South Africa to throw first. Game on. $100.
I remember Kurt Parry, who paired up with Richie Burnett in the last edition of the international pairs in the first one. Just so proud to be able to share a stage and play pairs with the legend that is Richie Burnett.
Yeah, the 2 finalists, actually, the only 2 teams that have come back as a pair. We've got some of the same countries, but with different pairs or one different player in Scotland and Ireland's case. And then a whole host of new countries,
44.
including Sweden, Canada, and South Africa in this group.
$60. $140.
Another big 2 treble visit from Parry, just gives them a slight edge.
41.
Yeah, beautiful set-up play by Richie Burnett, and all pressure on this big 160 here, and it's not going to go for Devon Peterson. The South Africans pair their throw under threat once again.
Wales, you require 40. Game
Yeah,
shot on the fourth leg to Wales.
Every leg, hasn't it, for Wales? Parry twice and Burnett in the middle. Same target.
Fifth leg, it's Wales to
Same
throw
outcome.
first. Game on.
It was actually this duo who squandered the lead on the Wednesday in Group A of the first international pairs. Richie Burnett and Kurt Parry were looking like they were on course to play, or to not play on Thursday and Friday, but ended up having to play Group B.
Yeah, arguably they were in a more comfortable position than what you see the Dutch duo are coming into today.
Some practicing as his partner throws, but it looks like this game is up for South Africa, and it will be 11 straight defeats.
100.
A win that would see Wales move on to 12 points and just reduce the leg difference gap a little bit, because before this match they were not only 2 points but 14 legs behind Canada in
121.
Great adjustment and great set-up play once again by Richie Burnett to leave that target that they've hit 3 times so far in the match. Will it be 4 legs finished on tops for Wales?
100. Wales require 40.
Indeed it is. A win for Wales, a comfortable one as well over South Africa, and a victory that sees them move on to 12 points. They remain in 4th place in the table, but a level with Canada, who sit in 3rd. And they are going to be back in action next when they take on the Scottish pair of Robert Thornton and Scott Campbell.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lebanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've seen the first round of 3 already completed. Canada went down 4-2 to the Netherlands, and Scotland a 4-1 loser to Sweden. So for day 3 of this International Pairs 2, it's an opportunity here for one of these two to pick up some points. We already know the fate of Scotland in terms of Group 8. They won't be able to qualify in top spot, but there's still that jostling of position for the chasing pack to see if they can get into Group B, whereas Canada still have that outside chance, Murph, of making top spot, but you feel like it's going to have to be a bit of a capitulation from the Dutch duo if that's going to happen.
Yeah, how quickly things can change. In fact, if Canada lose this game, they are all but out of that race, aren't they? Because you would expect Netherlands to pick up at least one more victory, and Canada, of course, would just run out of matches.
First leg, it's
Scotland already have.
First. Game on.
But if they win the game, they're only 2 points behind Canada and Wales, and still in with a shout of Group B. So still all to play for.
140. $58.
And then Campbell's just... I sort of thought this in the first match as well, struggling to find his range a little bit on the treble 20s. A lot of first starts have gone low, and then we saw then him really overcompensate for that with the second.
140.
I imagine for someone like Scott Campbell, obviously coming into the international pairs the first time, they were those rank outsiders, as mentioned, 100-1 outshots, but they managed to find a way through, and that can play on the back of your mind, thinking, right, I've done it once, let's do it again. You can try that bit hard, different dynamic as well, playing with Robert Thornton, not John Henderson, so lots of things, but you would expect a player like Scott Campbell to settle into it, but he does need to find his range soon.
Yeah, and he did know John Henderson, I think, much better than he knows Robert Thornton, so they sort of
Canada, you require 107.
put together and sort of trying to click, find that rhythm and synergy, the Scots this week, whereas Campbell and Henderson kind of already had it, as I'm sure Henderson and Thornton would have had together. They know each other well. Maybe we'll see that full set completed in the next international pairs event.
43. Canada, you require 113.
You mentioned before, we've seen a few of these range finishes from Dawson Michelle.
$56.
Yeah, wrong treble, so he couldn't finish. Campbell can, if he can find double top.
38. Canada, you require 57.
Yeah, again, disappointing for Scott Campbell. And punished by Jeff Smith. It's Canada that get the early break.
Second leg,
in terms of their meetings this week, it's one apiece between the duo. It was Canada that picked up the win yesterday, with Scotland winning on Monday.
I have to say, out of all the teams, they played with a smile on their face, the Scots. Lots of interaction with each other behind.
180.
I'm pretty sure there'll be some here after Thornton kicks off to the maximum. Yeah, a little wink there from Scott Campbell.
100.
we know Scott Campbell likes the maximum, and that is another maximum.
180.
Robert Thornton giggling away before stepping up to try and produce what would be the first 9-dart finish
Scotland require
ever
141.
produced in a pairs match on TV, and it's on treble 19. I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing with you.
Yeah, he can't contain himself, Robert Thornton. And I get it, because let's be honest, I mean, it's not even the right segment, is it?
85.
Oh, bless him.
You just start to let yourself believe, don't you?
Really enjoyable moment. We've come close a couple of times this week, and maybe
100.
we will witness a bit of history once again on the Super Series stage. But it's a great leg all the same. Mind you, it's only a great leg if you win it.
require 157.
Yeah, still laughing away in the background. They might not be laughing if this goes. Well, it's not going to. A bit of a grimace there from Thornton.
37. Scotland require 20.
Can Thornton make up for it? Double 5. One up. One in.
On the second leg to
And
Scotland.
one on the board for Scotland. A break back as well.
Third leg, it's Scotland to throw first.
Yeah, that's a big last dart, really, from Robert Thornton, because you think they've gone 7 perfect into the leg, and actually it was threatened, because if Robert Thornton hadn't found that double 5, Jeff Smith was there, sat on double 10.
$100. $97. $58. $60.
And that's what you'll always get from Robert Thornton, that kind of instant reaction when he's not happy with something.
Yeah, always been renowned for wearing his heart on his sleeve and his feelings on his face. And I suppose another dynamic of pairs darts is you have to let your teammate be themselves, don't you? You can't expect them to conform to your way of playing and behaving on the stage.
57.
Yeah, you can see after a couple of days that the Scottish pair, they've obviously they've struck up a good dynamic.
45. Canada, you require 151.
For another breaker throw in this game. 6 darts from 151 for Canada.
86. $96. Canada requires 65.
Pressure applied with the last, but it's 65 here for what will be the 3rd consecutive breaker throw in the match, and that is exactly what it is.
Canada.
As for Team Canada, 2 from 2 on the outer ring.
4th leg, it's Canada to throw first. Game on.
Effective, but would like to score a little bit heavier on their own throw, although not much they could have done.
100.
And Scotland were attempting a perfect leg.
$140. $57.
And once again, Scotland on Canada's throw have really wrestled away an early advantage.
121.
98.
Following this, we're going to see Sweden back in action, looking to close that gap,
40.
cancel out that gap. The Netherlands have on them at the moment. Sweden take on South Africa before Netherlands face Wales. And then in the third round of fixtures,
134.
we're going to see Sweden play Netherlands. That could prove to be the pivotal match of the day.
$45. Canada, you require 112.
He tried his best to leave Thornton something half decent, didn't he? Didn't go to plan.
88.
And a couple of loose
Starting
visits
at
from the Scottish
155.
pair. I've seen Canada turn the leg around, and the 155 won't go for Robert Thornton. So
47.
we could be seeing
Canada, you
our
require
first
24.
holder throw in the match.
Game shot
Well,
on
the perfect doubling.
7 perfect in. It's Canada who've been consistently better
125.
throughout the match.
And it's a big game. It's a difference between a
100.
2-point lead over Scotland and a 6-point lead over Scotland, for who it would start to look like Group B was beyond them.
98. $98. $96.
Not much to split them in this leg, but could be decisive here for Scotland.
61.
Scott Campbell does leave a finish, but you feel Jeff Smith will leave Dawson Michelle a better one if he gets back to the hockey.
150. Scotland have got 146.
Well, you were right, Laura. And the way they've been finishing one dart doubles,
100. Canada, you require.
and you would expect
32.
that Dawson Michelle could leave his other 2 darts on the table. Not this time. But it goes in
Shot and
with the
match
second one, and that
to
is
Canada.
a really good display from Canada. 4 out of 5 on the doubles in the end. Every time they went for a double, they never allowed Scotland back to the board. And an average of 94.37. That really does just signal their intentions now for the rest of the day. They're not going to go quietly after that early defeat to the Netherlands. For Scotland, it is looking like Group C, 6 points behind Canada now. Coming next, though, Sweden can go back top of the table if they beat South Africa. Welcome back. Game 5 of today's 15 fixtures about to get underway, and it's a meeting between South Africa and Sweden, who are opposite ends of the table. South Africa yet to pick up a win in 11 international pairs affairs. Sweden looking to match the Netherlands in getting their 9th win. And it would take them top of the table because they actually have the exact same leg difference as Netherlands. So if they were to join them on 18 points here, then they would leapfrog them once again.
I have to agree with what you were saying before. Obviously, this is an important game for Sweden, but they've beaten the South African pair twice already this week. But that next game against Netherlands, that could be the decisive fixture.
Particularly if they can keep adding to that leg difference, because even if Netherlands go on and beat Wales in their game in hand before that, that would still mean that Sweden, by beating them, would be top of the table. If they can get that superior leg difference, that could be so important if, of course, we do end up ending in a tie.
Yeah, over the last 2 days, Sweden have just dropped the one leg to the South African pair. So a 4-0, 4-1 victory, as you say, could serve the Swedes well.
Just trying to give himself a bit of a talking to there, Devon Peterson.
And we were talking about Devon in the last match, weren't we? That kind of
100.
Those good vibes and that support. But he is one of those players, again, that is quite critical of his own performance.
I think he's a bit of a perfectionist, isn't he? Maybe many dart players are, but he is someone who's really worked on his throw. Spent some time being coached, didn't he, by Wayne Mardle, and you see him in the background trying to make sure that his swing is perfect. It's very manufactured. Even with the tinkering to his equipment, you can see him there using flights with 3 fins and just looking for that extra edge to suit him. Double 18.
Game
that suits you, sir.
Leg to Sweden.
As Anton Östlund takes out a combo
second leg, it's Sweden to throw first.
For the Swedes to get the lead.
15 darter statement opening leg once again by the Swedish pair, including that 156. We saw the 144, which went the way of Andreas Harrison in that first match. Swedes are definitely turning up for it today.
43. $91.
Stretching the arm out in the background there, Peterson. Gabriel's probably the
100.
The better player of the pair in this match so far.
$83.
We did a real look at the dart in the hand there as well, and we can get a close look at them. Now you may just notice only 3 fins
28.
on the flight. I actually think if he is a perfectionist, he might want to change those flights because it looks like they've been nibbled away at a little bit, don't they?
100.
Yeah, which means you're throwing them in the same place at least. But yeah, I agree. There's new equipment, there's different designs coming in. I know that shape of flight is someone that Connor Scott's been using as well.
Well, is he going to add another combo? Oh, it would have been back-to-back brilliance by Anton Östlund. Took out the 156 in the first leg. Couldn't quite complete the 127 in the second.
81. Sweden require 8. Game on the second leg to Sweden.
Cleanly taken in the end by Andreas Harrison. And there was a little bit of faffage, wasn't there, in that first match. Sweden did win 4-1 over Scotland, but they were 4 from 17 on the doubles. They did miss quite a bit in between.
60.
Yeah, I do feel like the second round of fixtures, we've seen the top, or two of the top three just raise the game a little bit, and we may well see the same with the Netherlands in their match against Wales next. Canada were really good in that 4-1 win over Scotland.
Yeah, produced the highest average so far. 94.37 for them. Swedish pair averaging over 90 in this match.
60. $44.
Well, this looks like an opportunity for South Africa to get some kind of foothold in this game.
26.
And often with opportunity comes pressure.
$132.
And that 26 suitably punished once again by Andreas Harrison.
100. Sweden require 170.
Peterson do get South Africa down to a finish, but if Austin can find another one, he can't. The 170 was on, but not anymore. But great setup play with the third.
South Africa, you require 155.
Great setup play there by Gabriel.
Game shot on the third leg to Sweden. Full flag at Sweden to throw first. Game on.
One-way traffic.
Yeah, and I imagine that last one, Andreas Harrison finding double nine, third dart in hand with the South African pair sat on a double following some beautiful setup play.
41. $80.
Devon Peterson statuesque in the background there, and I actually think he was looking at his grip. I think a couple of times I've seen him when he's approached the hockey, and he's had a real look at how the dart's in his hand. You don't often see that's usually automatic, isn't it? We'll just see if he does it again this time. You can see him again in the background, practicing the swing, but I think he's also looking at the grip. Didn't on this occasion.
And I think sometimes there is an argument that when you are that analytical, we know that it can suit some people, but then that kind of natural ability and that natural flow you've got is sometimes kind of just it's affected by the fact that you're thinking about every single kind of micro movement.
Paralysis through analysis.
140.
I suppose that's a trick, isn't it? That should be done in practice. And then when you're playing, it should be automatic. It should be free. You should be feeling free and just
South Africa,
not thinking about anything, really.
Yeah, practice is there so you can get the repetition.
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Worked out well there for Peterson in the end. South Africa do get a leg on the board.
And they show what they can do as well. That's a 14 darter.
South Africa to throw first.
Competitive, which they haven't been enough.
100.
It's the first shot that South Africa have had at a double. But that's probably down to, like you said, the dominance of Sweden. They have 45. Been a very dominant pairing so far this week, but also just not being competitive enough, consistently enough from South Africa.
60.
I wonder what Devon makes of the technique of his teammate, because Carl Gabriel is rather unorthodox, isn't he?
60.
Well, here's a Devon Peterson technique. Just drop the arm a little bit, holds it very straight, pointing at the board, neither up nor down.
22.
One thing you do see with Devon, he doesn't pull the dart back and then follow through, which you would see on a more standard release.
Now facing the wrong way and throwing them.
60.
Yeah, and just having a look at Gabriel here, you can see, I mean, you can't see it in shot, but you can see that the back foot's coming up. Not like Richie
99.
Burnett, but there is an awful lot of kind of lean in his throw, a lot of sort of forward momentum.
30.
See Devon again. Because the first start hasn't gone where he wants it to, he's having to shuffle across the hockey.
75.
Good last start.
139. South Africa, Iraq 145.
Big visit there from Osland, but could this be a big visit? Couldn't find that
85.
second
Sweden,
treble,
Iraq
but
167.
does leave Devon Peterson on a 2-dart if he gets to come back.
87.
Yeah, he was probably starting to think that he might not there when Harrison fired in that first. Oh, Devon Peterson, he's going for a single 20 there. He's missed the scoring segments entirely. And then has managed to sneak it in.
South Africa.
Just a bit of showmanship. Exhibition shot from Devon Peterson.
Six-legged Sweden to throw first.
And South Africa. Well, they're certainly not 100% on singles, but they are on doubles.
It's the doubles that count in the end, and it's one of those shots. So I mean,
100.
I think every player's done it at some point in their darting career. You're trying to make so sure of not going in that treble 20 bed, you just overshoot it. But it was a good adjustment in the end.
45.
The little things actually as well, Laura. The little things affect that, because if he happened to be looking at the TV screen when Jeff Smith almost did it, the treble 20 going for 60, does that just plant a seed in your head? Don't do that.
Yeah, just make sure you do not. It starts the idea you have to give yourself a shot at the double. It's the only way you can win a leg.
42.
So you want to avoid that treble at all costs.
It's been a nice little mini comeback this from South Africa, but it is looking like it's going to end at 2 legs. Sweden have got it together here. 81 after 9 is the gold standard.
30. Sweden require 81.
Disappointment there for Devon Peterson. We'll probably stay there for another 15.
45.
Just about gets it in. But as you said, plenty of time here for the Swedish pair.
100. Sweden require 36.
So to go back to the top of the table. And Östlund lands a double
to Sweden.
that gives Sweden the victory over South Africa, who had a mini resurgence in that game, picking off a couple of legs from 3-0 behind. But in the end, Harrison and Östlund get the job done, and that is a victory that sees them go top by a couple of legs from the Netherlands, but their game in hand is next. It's going to be the Dutch against the Welsh after the break.
.54. Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
.26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
.40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the jockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Well, the big matches keep on coming at the international pairs, and we've got the two players, or the two teams rather, who contested the final of the first one. Wales and Netherlands, the eventual champions, and the team that are looking to be the winners of Group A this week. If they can get a victory against Kurt Parry and Richie Bennett here, then Jimmy Van Ski and Danny Van Tripe will return to the top of the table ahead of a crucial contest with the current occupant, Sweden, coming up in the next round of fixtures.
It's something that the Dutch duo have managed to do twice already this week. One on Monday, 4 legs to nil. Yesterday it was much closer, it was 4-3, but
First leg, it's
Wales
the Netherlands
yet to find a way to get
Game on.
past Danny Van Tripe and Jimmy Van Ski.
I think Danny's already keeping half an eye on Richie Bennett and his antics. Slight smirk on his face. And there'll be a slight smirk on his face having seen the first start going the treble 20 by his partner Jimmy Van Ski.
140.
Who, despite it being Jeff Smith's moment at that Champions Night
45.
the week before last, you do have to feel for Jimmy, having lost now 2 Champions Night finals in the last leg deciders.
45.
Yeah, he has been mightily unlucky, but also mightily impressive to make not just 2 Champions Weeks. I think that's a feat in itself,
85.
but to make the final on 2 occasions, yeah, that's some going in itself.
Did have a dart at the bullseye for the title at the end of a 1-2-6 combination.
100. $60. 100. $140. The Netherlands have 116.
Single 16 up for tops for a 15 dart hold.
96.
Just drags it low. No major damage done because back on 171.
123. The Netherlands have required 20.
Double 10.
Game shot on the first leg to the Netherlands.
Probably not the part of the bed that he was aiming at, but it doesn't matter which part it hits.
Second leg, it's Wales to throw first. Game on. $45.
Yeah, wicked deflection there and a shake of the head from Kurt Parry. a bit like Scott Campbell, hasn't quite kind of settled into that level of consistency we're used to seeing. Kurt Parry has had a few wayward darts.
$140.
I mentioned the significance of this match for the Netherlands. It's
140.
perhaps equally significant for Wales if they're going to try and finish in a top 3 position. Currently find themselves 2 points behind third place Canada.
$180.
That last visit suitably punishes the 55 from Kurt Parry. All of a sudden, Wales finding themselves in a bit of trouble.
The Netherlands require.
He's still shaking his head, Kurt Parry. Needs to put that behind him.
17 left. 65.
Don't need me to tell you what was left. I think we all heard Owen Binks, the referee, tell everyone.
125. The Netherlands requires 16. Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah,
to
14 dart breaker throw for the Netherlands.
Third leg, it's the Netherlands.
Parry looks
first. Game on.
very, very angry, doesn't he, at the moment?
I was going to say, I'm not used to seeing him that animated. He's definitely one of those players that you would associate being quite level-headed, but he's obviously frustrated with elements of his game. I mentioned before, we've seen a few wayward darts from him today, but none there.
Well, it worked. He used the fuel
60
to fire in a perfect start to the leg.
$100.
Important last start for Richie Burnett, because if the Welsh pairing have got any chance of winning, they need to find a way of breaking the Dutch.
83. $60.
Always on the move, isn't he? Burnett, in one way or another. I think we know which player wouldn't win if they had a game of
60.
musical statues.
Wales, you require 161. $58. The Netherlands, you require 167.
Yeah, the 167 not going to go. So 103 for Kurt Parry.
Wales, you require 103.
Well, he got himself all agitated before this leg. He kicked it off with a maximum. He can't take out
53. Netherlands, you require 107.
three-figure finish, and if Danny van Tripe can, it'll be 3-0 to Netherlands.
79. Wales, you require 50.
Double top for the Prince of Wales
Game
to
shot
halve
the
the deficit
to Wales.
and to break the throw.
Fourth leg, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
It's interesting as well, because we've talked about the dynamics of the pairs and how they all kind of pair up. I've seen quite a few. They like to kind of give that high five in between. Some like to do it at the end of the leg. These two, so stoic in terms of the way that they celebrate each other. It's very much head on to the next.
128.
Whereas you'll see Danny van Tripe and Jimmy van Schie, they'll fist bump every single throw.
It's like a showing, isn't it, of unity, I suppose. But
45.
I think that. Look, I've got no experience to be qualified to talk on this, but I just think it would annoy me. I think I'd rather just get on with it.
99.
And I think that comes down again to what you're used to playing in, because when we travelled over to the US.
Local family Christmas.
Yeah.
104.
We travel over to the US and North America, and that's just something that they do on a regular basis. It really, it's nothing to them. They'll do it to not just your partner, but the opposition and absolutely everything else.
51.
Whereas over here in the UK, it's just not something we've ever done. I remember first time I went to the US, I was completely taken aback of why are they doing that every time?
60.
Well, it was going to happen at some point, wasn't it? It's always a good idea not to approach the hockey when Richie Burnett's still anywhere near it.
You just hear Richie laughing in the back.
99. Wales, you require 161.
Jimmy Van Ski is going to come forward to try and take up
52.
1-2-4.
The Netherlands, you require 124.
There's ball for the 1-2-4 and a 3-1 lead.
99. Wales, you require
Great
109.
effort just outside that inner ball.
$90 left. Probably treble 18 for double thereof. Caught the flight of that dart and
the Netherlands, you
probably wasn't on course for the double anyway.
Game shot on the
Van
fourth.
Truyck punishes,
to the Netherlands.
and the Dutch restore their cushion.
Fifth leg against the Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
Well, now it's Richie Burnett that's not happy. There was a point earlier in the match where he was having to tell Kurt Parry to calm down. Now it's the other way round.
92.
Richie would have been disappointed not to have seen off that big finish in the last leg.
45. $59.
And sometimes when you can see your opponent and they're visibly frustrated, annoyed, especially the likes of, say, a Kurt Parry that we don't normally see it from, kind of spurs you on, relaxes you to think, right, they're annoyed. We've kind of got them here.
And that's maybe where, just going back to the conversation about the fist bumps and everything, where that kind of routine can help, because you've given yourself something you're going to do every time that actually will probably temper any frustrations and stuff that you might want to show, because you've got your routine.
87.
Oh, the Welsh team here are in danger of imploding up there. The pair of them.
100.
Burnett can get another one in there. Has to settle for a ton in the end. Does leave him on a finish. It's one of those matches, isn't it? You spend as much time watching the players and the body language as you do what they're scoring.
130.
But it is great setup play by Kurt Parry.
Does it avail them anything? Treble 19 was required.
$93. Wales require 16.
To pull it back within one. And that is awkward. Shift along the hockey.
Game shot on the
and a
fifth
great
leg
dart
to
from
Wales.
Richie Burnett. And now they have the advantage of throw to try and make it 3-all.
Sixth flag, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
Well, they've battled through it, this Wales. They haven't been comfortable throughout the game. You can see Kurt Parry shaking his head dart after dart here. It's very uncharacteristic from him. But they're still in the match.
180.
Superb response from Jimmy Van Ski.
99.
Started very well for Burnett, but now Netherlands have an opportunity to close it out here.
125.
I think that's been the problem, hasn't it? We've seen a lot of treble fives and treble ones.
120.
He's got the weight of the dart so beautiful, but keeps losing the line.
And that kind of aggressive last dart seems to find the mark every single time, but it is a chance. 144, and we've seen a couple of those already today. Another one of those.
96. The Netherlands require 100.
Will this end for the win? Oh, it's a good guide. Yeah, and he was tempted by it. Probably
60.
Normally would have gone tops.
Wales require 48.
Double 16 for 3 apiece, and it is 3-all.
Wales.
The Welsh pairing really have battled back into this fixture.
Final against the Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
Come on, boy, says Richie Bennett, taking up that captain's role
100
and offering a few words of encouragement to Kurt Parry, who again has lost the line.
83. $135.
Just 5 points between them in terms of the average. Nothing to split in terms of the legs, but
41.
Already the Dutch pair just making the most of throwing first in this deciding leg.
$100.
Well, Danny Van Tripe there has just gestured, put his arms out. I think Jimmy Van Skie's thought, well, they're not going to leave a finish here. I'm just going to carry on. I don't know if Danny agrees that was the right thing to do.
No, we have mentioned it already before that they are a pair that they're quite happy to tell each other if they're not happy with the decision that the other has made.
$81. Netherlands require 112.
112. For the win.
72.
He's pulled a face, but he really wasn't that far off the target. And also, all Kurt Parry can do here is just try and apply some pressure.
The Netherlands require 40.
It's been a hard-fought battle, this. But it's one that the Netherlands have come out on top in. Well, all smiles at the end as Bennett and Van Skie throw some shapes on the stage. But the shape of the table sees Netherlands at the peak on 20 points now, 2 ahead of Sweden, who they are going to play in a couple of games' time. That could be really crucial. That means that Wales aren't going to be winning the group. They've still got a chance of making it to Group B. Scotland and South Africa, the bottom 2, however, is the next fixture.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewis.
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Well, 6 games down on Wednesday. Here's what's happened in them. Sweden starting with a 4-1 win over Scotland. The Netherlands followed suit, beating Canada 4-2. And then Wales got a 4-1 win over South Africa. Canada bounced back with a victory over Scotland. Sweden continued their winning start to the day, as did Netherlands, meaning it's as you were at the top of the table between those two nations. 2 points the gap from Netherlands to Sweden. But note that Sweden have a better leg difference, meaning that if they win their game against the Netherlands in this next round of fixtures, they will be top of the table. Canada are going to take on Wales in the battle between 3rd and 4th. But the next match is 5th and 6th, Scotland against South Africa. So on paper, South Africa's best chance of winning. And we did see glimpses in their previous game, didn't we, against Sweden, that maybe they are just starting to find something.
Yeah, they produced an impressive 14-dart leg, and they were fighting their way back into that last fixture against Sweden, but just ran out of just a bit of steam towards the end. But like you say, it's just that level of consistency between the pairing. Sometimes in pairs, what you'll see is one player has a really good leg, the other one drops off slightly, and then the opposite happens in the other leg. You just need it all to come together
Scotland
at the same time.
Game on. $70. $60.
Similar sort of team dynamics here in terms of darting reputation.
43.
Robert Thornton, one of Scotland's greatest darting sons, has achieved major glory 3 times: World Masters, UK Open, World Grand Prix, of course, World Seniors, 2 World Championships amongst other majors as well. And Devon Peterson,
22.
I think most would regard as the greatest player to come out of Africa.
It would be hard to argue any different.
81.
Devon Peterson again, just trying to work on that throw.
$100.
I do that at home when it comes to the vacuum cleaner. Just
59.
practice my action.
South Africa, you
And
require
then when I'm asked to do it,
106.
it's not quite there yet. I've not quite perfected it.
Yeah, I think we've all heard those stories.
45.
$115 then. This would be a breaker throw for South Africa as well.
137. South Africa, you require 115.
Still practicing away, isn't he? 90 left. They went for the bull, but I'm not sure it was the wisest choice.
79. Scotland, you require 70.
It does leave a double, but they get a chance to come back. It's one dart at the ball for Robert Thornton.
22.
And yeah, that wave of the hand
South
tells you everything
Africa,
you need to
require
know.
36.
Well, let's see if the practice has paid off.
Game show on the first leg.
Perseverance
to
pays
South
off in the
Africa.
end, and South Africa do get that breaker throw.
Second leg, it's South Africa to throw first.
Got to now
Game.
attack this and feel like a first win really is there to be earned here.
45. $87.
And when you find yourself in that situation, we've seen it
64.
on weeks where it's just been kind of the main Modus Super Series where someone hasn't been able to pick up wins. You do feel for the players, but you can also see that they try that extra bit hard. They just want to pick up a couple of
39.
points just to settle themselves in.
And I may be wrong, I may just be misremembering, but I don't think Scotland have changed the order today.
91.
I think Thornton's thrown first in all the matches.
Definitely did in the last.
Yeah,
Recall the first.
They were alternating, weren't they, Monday and Tuesday? But yeah, definitely, at least the last two, it's been the same routine.
100.
So not changing is in itself a change for Team Scotland.
And it might be indicative because we picked up on the fact that Scott Campbell today just hasn't been able to find that right level, throwing high, over adjusting.
$95. $45. South Africa, you require 106.
I just wonder how sort of relevant it is that it is the two teams at the bottom of the table that have been the two that have changed their order over the course of the last 3 days. Is that a sign that maybe, just maybe, they're still working
South
things
Africa
out?
Require 20.
Yeah, I guess you just hope that by making a small change or a bit of a tweak that it does change your
12.
fortunes
Scotland
as well.
require 150.
Interesting choice there from Devon Peterson.
I think he might have a little glance at Devon when he retrieves his darts here, Robert
80.
Thornton, saying that was close,
South
mate.
Africa, you require 8.
And I think we can see from Devon's face that Robert certainly did.
Game shot.
But Peterson trusted his partner, and it proved to
South
be the right
Africa.
play in the end. 2-0.
Third leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it is a risky decision, and when that's done against you, it's almost like, well, you're saying I'm not going to get it. To actually convert a big finish like that when someone's rejected a go at a double, there's no better feeling.
43.
Yeah, percentage play, isn't it? Over a period of time, if you keep doing that, then more times than not you'll come back to the board. But the time it goes wrong can feel a little bit
57.
embarrassing.
And there's been some very famous and some recent examples of it. Eric Bristow with Keith
100.
Della. But then more recently, I remember Michael van Gerwen doing it against, is it Mensah Sulovic?
It was indeed, yeah.
22. $100.
Much better first start for Scott Campbell. That's what he can work from. He could put a load more in there.
180.
All smiles behind once again
100.
for Scotland. But once again, South Africa first down to a finish.
41.
Yeah, it's Thornton that's kind of
South Africa, you require
been off
158.
during this leg.
$60. Scotland, you require 143.
Campbell not being set up in the way he would have wished. We'll see. Carl Gabriel step forward here with the chance for South Africa to lead 3-0.
57. South Africa, you require 98.
Off to stay, and it's double nine, and it is a 98 finish.
To South Africa.
Proved to be the sensible option because he obviously liked the lie of that first start, lifted it up, treble 20, double nine, and South Africa are within one of their first victory of the week.
Yeah, and that is indeed the first time that they've been able to say that. It's the first time they've got to 3 legs in any match. And they've got a little bit of a buffer to try and make sure they cross the line.
62. $136.
Do just wonder if Scotland have lost that little bit of intensity now, knowing that they're not going to produce a great escape like they did last time around.
140. $140.
You get the feeling that the South African pair sense that they are on the cusp of picking up their first win. They're trying to make a charge for the finish line.
Yeah, don't intend to take anything away from them at all. This has been a job well done
100.
for Gabriel and Peterson. The latter will step forward after Campbell's visit here with the match at his mercy.
60. South Africa, you require 84.
Double 12 for a 4-0 win for the first win for South Africa.
72. Scotland
Peterson just drags it low.
Well, it would be quite nice, wouldn't it? And I think Devon Peterson would be the proudest person in Portsmouth if Carl Gabriel hits the first match-winning double for South Africa.
South Africa, you require 12.
And there it is. Pride restored.
To South Africa.
South Africa get their first win of the week, and emphatically so. A 4-0 success over the Scots. See South Africa pick up points for the first time. Devon Peterson in particular, all smiles. Big pat on the back for Carl Gabriel, who went to hit the match-winning double there. And for the first time this week, South Africa leave the stage as winners. Next up, Canada and Wales in a crucial mid-table battle.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side.
60.
To become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Yoki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the International Pairs Week, where Canada are about to take on Wales in the middle match of the day. And it's a mid-table clash as well. The teams in 3rd and 4th place playing their 13th of 15 fixtures in Group A. And Canada actually are 2 points clear of Wales and a lot of legs ahead, 15 in fact. So if they win this game, that will confirm them as a minimum to be in Group B. In all likelihood, that's where they would end up, and would condemn Wales to going into Group C, which Scotland and South Africa already know they'll be heading to.
Yeah, this middle portion of the day, you just feel these could be very decisive results for some of these teams. Obviously none more, I think, than the next fixture, which would see Sweden take on the Netherlands.
First leg, it's Canada to throw first. Game on.
Would also mean, of course, that England would avoid the home nations in Group B.
$58.
Richie Bennett rubbing the magic speaker for a bit of good luck.
100.
Before he gets his throwing going.
Yeah, for Wales,
85.
similarly as their head-to-head records this week against the Netherlands, Canada have yet to find a way past the Welsh duo.
83.
Yeah, if Wales can keep that going, they'll be level on points. If you get more points than another team, it doesn't matter what the leg difference is, does it?
100. $140.
I do wonder as well if you haven't
60.
found a way to get past an opponent over a couple of days, how much that does play on the back of your mind, because we saw all that frustration come out in the last match where Wales took on the Netherlands. They haven't been able to beat them so far this week. And Canada, they find themselves in a similar situation here, playing the Welsh pair.
100.
Good pressure applied by Dawson Michelle. Double top though, we'll see Wales take the leg. They can't claim it.
60.
So Smith steps forward for 60. Be careful of the treble, Jeff. That's better.
50. Wales, you require 40.
Break chance for Burnett.
He was way off with the first start, a little closer with the second, and then bang on the money with the third. A break of throw by Burnett and Wales.
Second leg, it's Wales to throw first. Game on. $140. 45.
Canada's last outing against Scotland saw them produce the highest average and the best finishing stats of the day so far. Just over a 94 average, but 4 from 5 on the outer ring. That's where they were absolutely deadly.
93.
Defeat to the Netherlands in the first match probably cost them a tilt at first place. Sweden and Netherlands have won each of their games so far, but that will change
60.
next. They play each other.
Wales, you require 138.
A win for the Netherlands would effectively wrap it up. A win for Sweden would put them in pole position.
57. Wales, you require 40.
A potential 13 dart leg here.
30.
But 3 more squandered at the outer ring. Kurt Parry can't find a way through. And that's perhaps where you would
56.
apply the tactic
Wales,
that Devon
you require
Peterson used, and instead of going straight for the 10, perhaps try and split it.
5.
And that's the reason why.
Yeah, it just gets a little bit trickier. Might feel even more difficult.
174.
Certainly will now.
Wales, you require 5. Games on the
pressure,
second
what
leg
pressure.
to Wales.
Parry cleans it up. Wales lead 2-0.
Third leg, it's Canada to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, as is often the way when your opponent leaves himself on a finish, especially with a big score like a 174 we saw from Jeff Smith. Something just kicks in, you can get yourself across the line.
100. $58.
Yeah, as mentioned, Wales have won
81.
both matches played so far this week, but they have run close. They've both been 4-3. It's gone right down to the wire. Wales are putting themselves in a strong position here
92.
to get quite a margin of victory.
Yeah, we just saw a 4-0. The first of the day, and if we were to say at the start of the day that the first 4-0 victory will be for South Africa, I think a few might have laughed at us, but that's what's happened.
100. $96. Canada, you require 116.
double 18 for a 116.
Wales, you require 129.
And this would hurt the Canadian pair.
Game
And
shot
Kurt
on the third leg.
does hurt.
To Wales.
Smith and Michelle, well, their chins will be on the deck there.
Fourth leg, it's Wales.
What a
to
shot.
go
A
first.
brilliant bullseye
Game
to
on.
complete the 129 finish. And the Welsh are on course for the whitewash.
100. $56.
Canada battled in those last couple of legs, right down to a double, but punished on both occasions.
$85. $58. $140.
I don't know what you think, Chris, but feels like a real difference with Kurt Parry coming out here as to what we saw. There was a lot of frustration in that last match against the Netherlands for him.
Yeah, I just wonder if they've had a little chat. I would say both players' demeanour has been very businesslike in this game.
136.
Very businesslike indeed, very efficient, down to a double after just 12.
Well, they're going to have gone here, Wales, from 2 points and 15 legs behind Canada to level on points and just 7 legs behind them. What a turnaround. What a win that is for Wales, who really do now harbour ambitions of making it into Group B. Defeat means that Canada cannot win the group, and the battle is going to be between these two nations to make it into Group B. Wales have won their individual battle, but up next it's the big one at the top, Sweden versus Netherlands. welcome back. A huge match about to take place now between the top two in the table, Netherlands and Sweden. If you look at the gap between them, just 2 points. If Sweden win, they're going to go top. They've already got a better leg difference. But if Netherlands win this game, that pretty much wraps up first place for them. They'll be 4 points clear with just 4 to play for, and considering that their final games are against the bottom two, Scotland and South Africa, then you would say it was a pretty safe bet that they would go on and secure that place at finals night. So Sweden win, it's a slender advantage for them. If Netherlands win, it's a huge advantage for them. The Swedes have the darts to throw in this one, and you would probably say for Sweden, it's must win.
It does feel like it's that kind of territory, doesn't it? As you say, because of the pairs that the Dutch duo have left to face in Scotland and South Africa, you feel that they would pick up at least a couple of points, if not both wins. As for the Swedish pairing, their remaining fixtures come against Wales and Canada, so not so much of a given against those two.
Yeah, really do need to give themselves the best chance by beating their table-topping rivals here. Neither team have faltered yet
First
today.
leg, it's Sweden to throw first. Game on.
Anton Örsson will throw the first 3 darts for Sweden, as he has in every match this week.
57.
And Jimmy Van Schie has held that same role for the Netherlands.
95.
It was the Swedish pair that got the better of the dynamic Dutch duo on Monday. In fact, the Swedish pair, they won 4 out of 5 of their fixtures. But yesterday,
125.
it was the Dutch pair that got revenge. So one apiece in terms of their head-to-heads this week. And you just wonder how important, when they're both playing at the levels they're playing, if we see the best from them, how important just having that advantage of throwing first could end up being.
59.
Well, though it's been a little cagey so far from the Swedes, and their throw is under threat already. The Dutch have taken the darts. No trebles recorded for Sweden at all. And that's already
180.
6 for Team Netherlands from their 9 darts.
85. The Netherlands require 101.
Great dart to leave double 16.
85.
And I guess that's the other element. Obviously, we've bigged this game up. We know how important it is in the context of the table and who qualifies through, but they obviously know it as well.
120.
The dart on the floor could make a big difference, but Jimmy Van Schie would expect to gobble this up.
Game shot on the
And he
first leg
does.
to the Netherlands.
Very good opening leg to break the throw, a 13 darter.
Second leg, it's the Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
Jimmy Van Schie kind of wanted to show Sweden, didn't he? We're really happy with how that's gone.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a pause and a stare at the board when it took out that double.
57. $57. $60.
As things stand, Netherlands closing in on what would be effectively a group-winning victory, albeit not quite over the line
100.
at the end of this match. You'd think they would be by the end of the day.
$100. $60.
Two of the players on the stage have had the honour of playing in Super Series Grand Finals, of course. And Andreas Harrison, actually, what many regard as
140.
the greatest final against Cam Crabtree. Did what Jimmy Vansky couldn't do. He hit the ball, didn't he, at the end of his combination with his opponent waiting on a double.
100.
Andreas Harrison's had a lot of success here at the Modus Live Lounge. A player that I imagine, unless you were one that played on the circuit and knew of him, perhaps not
94.
a name on everyone's lips, but since playing here and the things he's achieved, I think a lot of people are more than aware now of what Andreas Harrison can do.
Bizarrely just can't seem to get it together at Q School.
Well, Q School and Pro Tour's losses definitely our gain here because we get to keep him at the Super Series. He might not see it like that.
Van Trijk wants tops for 2-0.
Game on the second leg to the Netherlands.
Edging ever closer. Well, we said at the start of this match it was must win for Sweden. I think this leg is now must win for Sweden. If they're broken again here, hard to see a way back. And that ain't the way he wanted to start it. Good rescue with the final dart mind.
And if this does go the way of the Dutch pair, if they do top the table, obviously the likes of Harrison and Osland find themselves in Group B. I mean, what kind of prospect would that be when you've been that close and then you find yourself lumped in a group with the likes of England, Ireland and the USA?
Yeah, and whoever comes in from this group as well is going to be capable of getting through that one, Canada or Wales.
180.
It could be massive. I think we could be seeing a scenario here where
44.
Second place in this group may not get through. So this match actually could be even bigger than we're building it up to be.
Yeah, absolutely, because as I say, the prospect of going through into that Group B with the pairs that are waiting and the pairs that will go through with them. Whoever gets through those groups is going to have to really work for it.
135.
We've seen back-to-back 4-0s. The Netherlands are going to carry on that trend, and they're going to carry on this level of performance. The gulf between the teams is staggering right now. Didn't expect this. Netherlands have turned it on. The Swedes have, well, they've turned it off.
Up to this point, it's the Swedish pair that's had the highest average, just under 102. Well, at the moment, the Dutch pair are averaging over 102 and on the cusp of 3-0, and it is 3-0.
To the Netherlands.
And they go into the fourth leg with the advantage of throwing first. This is some impressive stuff from the pair.
Look at the difference there. Pretty much 30 points in the averages. 3 legs, deservedly so. Sweden haven't even had a double in the match.
96.
The Netherlands, when they've got there, they've been very, very effective.
99.
You have to say, from the Dutch pair, it's an impressive performance, knowing what's on the line, knowing what's at stake.
100.
And being able to come out and produce potentially what could be the best match you've produced so far that week. There you see, darts of 13, 18 and 13.
94.
And crucially, the 2 13 darters on Sweden's throat.
$75. $92.
Danny Van Trijk here, just trying to leave something handy for Jimmy Vansky.
Well, it'd be a nice way to win it. Would rather put the gloss on what's been a very pretty performance.
130.
Well, he's hunted down the treble, but found the wrong one. A single would have given him a dart at the bullseye there, and there is a chance that the Great Escape could start here.
90. Sweden, you record 160.
Definitely within his remit. We've seen big finishes from Osland already. Tops Just the wrong side of the wire.
Netherlands require 40.
First start they've had at double. Will it be the last? It is a Dutch demolition job as they see off Sweden with 4 straight legs, and in doing so, all but crown themselves as the winners of the group. They know it as well. 4 points clear with just 4 to play for. It's almost certain that they will now go on and win Group A, meaning the defending champions will return to finals night. Coming up next day with South Africa looking for a second win when they face Canada.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
But that is. This would be.
Like, you know, the great man said, an era must come to an end.
is it this way?
You, my friend, have got a problem. You getting it?
Get ready for a game of throws here at the Live Lounge, the Influencer Darts Showdown, where two worlds collide. We have got world-famous influencers and world-famous dart players mingling. Two teams are going to go head-to-head. Your chance to get close to the action and get up close with the stars. Scan that QR code, get your tickets. There's still some available from dartshop.tv, though I'll warn you, not many. Make sure that you are here this Sunday, and if you can't be here, watch live on Pluto TV from 12 p.m. Well, before that, we will be concluding this International Pairs Week, and look what's just happened. 3 straight whitewash wins, all of them to the team throwing second in those games, and that 4-0 win for South Africa over Scotland was a first win for them. It's not going to affect anything in the table, but the two that followed certainly have. Wales beating Canada 4-0 means that they are level on points with Canada in the middle of the table, and they're going to battle it out for a Group B spot. But Sweden's defeat to the Netherlands means that it's pretty much done, isn't it? 4 points. The Netherlands are clear. Sweden can only get 4 more. You would expect the Dutch to at least pick up 1 more victory and confirm their spot at finals night, and that their defence of the title is well and truly intact. So a big match for Canada, this one, if they're going to try and get into Group B, although we have been saying that might be something of a poison chalice. South Africa will be bouncing after that 4-0 victory over Scotland in their previous game, and of course that was quickly followed by a 4-0 defeat for Canada, so who knows which way this one will go.
Yeah, it's become slightly less predictable as the day has gone on, by virtue of the fact that South Africa have picked up their first win. Goes to say that Canada have won both the encounters so far, but that seems to amount for not very much, because
South
Africa much
first.
improved, especially on their doubling success, which included a very tidy 98 finish from Carl Gabriel.
60.
A perfectly first pitch start from Dawson Michelle.
100.
I got a Dawson's Creek reference off Scott Mitchell the other day. Do you remember that, Laura?
I actually do.
60. $140.
I'll see how well you remember it with this next pun. This game not particularly pacey. No, you can't remember it that well.
60.
She's shaking her head. She's looking at me blankly, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry. Yeah, my kind of knowledge of Dawson's Creek possibly isn't up there with Scott Mitchell's or yourself.
91.
I was quite surprised that it was Scott that pulled it out.
58. Canada, you require 170.
Looking to set up
105.
his partner here, and does so accordingly. Peterson has to be careful to ensure he does leave a finish. Well, he doesn't now because he's found 2 trebles.
140. Canada requires 65.
A single 14 leaves tops.
45. South Africa, you require 123.
Well, he should be feeling a bit more confident. Oh, that's unlucky. One of those little quirks of darts where he scored 21
46.
but would have been better
And
off
he required
scoring
20.
19.
Game shot on the first leg to Canada.
Jeff Smith just working that double in. Does find an early breaker
Second leg,
throw
it's
over
Canada
South
for
Africa.
first. Game on.
Yeah, that'll just settle them down a little bit. Having gone through the 4-0 thrashing from Wales last time out, getting the first leg will be a bit of a relief
83.
for Jeff and Dawson.
And I think the tone for Canada, you mentioned it earlier, was kind of set in that opening defeat against the Netherlands. Lost 4-2, didn't quite perform at the levels we've seen from them. Bounced back very well, but then very much a yo-yo type session for them. Lost win, lost so far. And looking to try and pick up a second victory today.
140. $138.
Jeff Smith, of course, back here so quickly after becoming the latest champion, the 10th
require 100.
Modus Super Series champion, albeit winning Series 11. That's because a young man by the name of Luke Littler has 2 to his name.
Game shot on the second leg.
But it's a good roll of honour to be on. We only crown 3 champions a year here.
Third leg, it's South Africa to throw first. Game on.
And it was finishes like that by Jeff Smith that saw him pick up the series championship.
41.
And when you think about it, it just shows this is an international pairs week, of course, but it shows the international attraction of the Super Series when you consider that we now have champions from
95.
3 different continents. Devon Peterson would hope to maybe add a 4th.
140.
Devon himself has had success there, ADC Global Champion.
Yeah, Jeff Smith, by winning
100.
Series 11, has qualified for that event as well and has confirmed his participation in it at the end of the year. Peterson will also be there trying to defend his title.
100. $99. $60.
This has been a real marked improvement by both teams. Canada just averaging over 100.
South Africa require 160.
South Africa around the mid-80s as well.
$26.
Bad timing that. He apologises to his partner.
$100. South Africa, you require 134.
Maybe no apology was necessary. Oh, okay.
70. Canada
Double
require
17
80.
he was going for with the second. Why not?
Yeah, a little smile between the pair.
40.
Perhaps that's just showing
South Africa, you
signs
require
of
64.
confidence that's been growing in him.
Tops end for Peterson.
24. Canada, you require 40.
Same target for Michelle.
$30. South Africa, you require 40.
Big opportunity here for South Africa.
Game shot
And
the
he
third
sneaks it in the
to
bed.
South Africa.
2-1. Now to
Fourth
Canada.
leg, it's Canada to throw
And that ends that run of 4-0s.
Game.
We've had 3 in a row. It's looking like we might be heading that way again.
$60. $81.
There's too many sort of loose visits, isn't there, from Devon in particular, actually, I'd say today. And we've been speaking about that practice. One thing that I think is happening is that every time he
96.
has a visit he deems as not good enough, he's immediately going to go back and try and work out what went wrong.
85.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think out of the pair of them today, it's the player with perhaps less experience on the big stage for South Africa that's just showing that more consistency.
83. $133.
Just a little bit too movement, I think. Too much movement, sorry, in the throw. He really is
41.
throwing himself
Canada,
forward at
129.
times with the dart. Oh, this is beautiful. Absolutely superb.
114.
Until the end.
100. Canada, you require 15.
100 brings South Africa down to a finish, but will they get back to the Oki? Double six required.
Game
Double
shot
six
the
is
fourth leg
found, and it
to
is 3-1 to Canada.
Fifth leg, it's South Africa to throw first. Game on. $140.
Netherlands, Scotland next, and Netherlands can confirm themselves as the group winners in that one.
$121.
South Africa here fighting to get themselves back in this match. Visits of 140 backs up with a 1-2-1.
100. $60. $60.
I don't know if you saw in the background there, Devon Peterson, after not being visibly happy with that second dart, went straight back and then just tried to look at what was going wrong once again with the throw, which just goes to the point you were making earlier.
Yeah, I mean, we saw at the start of the leg as well, didn't we? He was practicing the action almost as he was walking up to the Oki. Very much a work in progress. And I think he's one of those people, isn't he, in everything that he does, who will never be satisfied.
40. Canada, you require 155.
Because there was that period of time, wasn't there, with Devon Peterson, you know, one of the biggest 180 hitters for probably 18 months, 2 years on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, and I would say there was a period within that where he was right up there as one of the best players in the world.
18. Canada, you require 96.
Or not in this match. Depends on what Jeff Smith does here.
$56. South Africa, you require 40.
What a chance they've earned in this fifth leg. Double 10, one dart in hand.
20.
Not to be for Peterson.
Canada, you require 40.
Frustration for the South African captain as Michelle looks to get the job done. This is a big victory for Canada, not just in terms of the scoreline, but in terms of what it does to their chances of being in Group B and finishing in third place. I mean, they could even finish in second if things go further wrong for Sweden. But for South Africa, their joy was short-lived. A 4-0 win in the previous game, but back down to earth with a 4-1 defeat to Canada. Netherlands can confirm themselves as champions if they beat Scotland next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side.
60.
To become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the jockey with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the second international pairs event to be held here at the Modus Super Series. The first, of course, was won by the Dutch team of Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Trijp. And a victory in this match against Scotland would see them seal their return to finals night. The damage was really done in their 4-0 victory over Sweden, and nobody else has measured up to the Netherlands over the course of the last 3 days. It would be an automatic pass to finals night if they manage to get the job done here, and even if they don't, they face bottom place South Africa in their final game. I think it's safe to say, Laura, we'll be seeing Jimmy and Danny trying to defend their title on Saturday.
Yeah, I agree. And when you look at what's happened so far this week, Scotland, they've only managed to win the one leg in both the games that they've played against the Netherlands so far this week, and it's just the dominance of the Dutch duo. I think they've kind of started where they've left off, and as you say, they won this event last time round, but they've also had victory up on the stage in singles as well, with Jimmy van Schie just missing out on picking up the series title. So yeah, I think this is a tough task for the Scottish pair,
who haven't won a match today. The only team not to pick up a victory. 3 defeats from 3 matches. On Wednesday, Scotland will be in Group C with South Africa, Switzerland, Germany and Denmark, and then one of Wales or Canada. Wales must beat second place Sweden in their next game if they're to keep their hopes alive of being in Group B.
First leg is the Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
Well, I think it looks like, Laura, that Scotland have shuffled the order this time around. It looks like Scott Campbell is going to throw first.
180!
Which, after that, is an unenviable task.
Yeah, perfect start for Jimmy van Schie. And I think Scotland maybe just be experimenting again, because obviously
91.
what they've done so far just hasn't panned out today.
$60.
I think they were well aware of the situation in that previous game. The big celebration after it from the Dutch
34.
pair showed that they felt that was job done.
Yeah, it was an all-round performance from the Dutch. Just under a 97 average, 50% on the
57.
outer ring. It was just full focus from the very off. And I just think they caught the Swedish pair on the back foot. They didn't perform. They only got one chance at a double. It was dominance from
40.
Van Schie and Van Tripe throughout. But the one thing they can't do, and I don't think they will
82.
do, they just cannot afford to kind of just take their foot off, kind of rest, you know, think, right, well, we've got the bottom two left, because every team has proved throughout the week that they're capable of winning. South Africa today, and we've seen wins for Scotland earlier on in the week.
90.
Well, again, they've started with purpose here. Double 16 left for Danny Van Tripe when he returns.
59. The Netherlands require 32. $24. Scotland require 152.
It would be some feat. I think it'd be right up there with winning 2
78.
Champions Weeks if
Netherlands
the same
require
pair were to come out on
8.
top both times in this tournament.
Game shot on the first
The Dutch are on course to do it.
Second leg, it's Scotland to throw first.
Obviously, it's all on the night, and the first part is just getting yourself through the finals night. And as we see, the Dutch, you feel like they're all but there. But I'm interested to see when the Group C, Group B start up the calibre of players that we've got coming into the tournament. I think that might make the Dutch sit up and have a look if they are the ones that get through.
Another interesting thing about this dynamic is that, you know,
100.
They're not the biggest names, are they, Van Schie and Van Tripe? They're not the stars in the field. Yet big names here, of course, in this tournament.
91.
Rightfully so, but you've got the likes of, well, even Robert Thornton on the stage with them now. You've got Adrian Lewis coming in, Steve Beaton coming in. Players that have won big major titles, world championships. But in pairs darts, it's not all about reputation.
I know, you just look at perhaps
60.
The achievements that we've seen from Jimmy Van Schie here so far, and then you compare them to, say, your world champions like your Steve Beatons, like your Richie Burnett's, who haven't yet had an outright victory on that stage. Even Robert Thornton, yes, he won a specials week, but hasn't actually picked up a weekly title here.
Yeah, fair point. And Adrian Lewis, we haven't seen yet, so we don't know what to expect, although I have it on good authority that he's playing very well in exhibitions.
Let's just say
150.
we might not know what to expect, but we have expectations.
Yeah. We're not talking about a bog standard dart player, are we, when it comes to jackpot?
135.
And tomorrow's the day. Make sure you're tuned in from 10 p.m. for Group B to see Lewis make his competitive return. Right now, it's Scott Campbell looking to produce some fireworks.
110.
Very nearly did.
Netherlands require 120.
Brush the wire of the ball. I lie. You could see the lie of that first are really awkward. So Jimmy looking to find 2 bullseyes, can't do so.
Double 4, often the favoured choice of Robert Thornton in these kind of situations.
17.
But he fails to find it.
The Netherlands require 58.
And it gives Netherlands a
Game
chance to double their advantage, which they duly do.
Third leg, it's the Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
It's those little short combination finishes as well. They've been so good.
Robert Thornton's having a lot of fun, isn't he? Just with making sure that the players are queuing in the right order.
Well, there isn't a great deal of space, is there, when there's more of you on there? I remember the 9-dart shootout trying to get the referee plus 6 players up on the stage.
81.
Oh, that was remarkable, wasn't it? Don't think we'll do triples anytime soon. But 3 triples there for Danny Van Tripe.
43.
And we've got a team game on Sunday, haven't we? 2 teams battling it out, but they're playing individual matches.
44.
It's one of the things I think we picked up on last time with international pairs. One was just the different sides of personalities you saw of players up on the oche as well. Kind of a bit more relaxed, enjoying it that bit more as well.
Well, you've got someone on your side, haven't you? So you've got somebody to celebrate with. You've got somebody to interact with. When it's just individuals,
85.
It's you versus your opponent. It's going to be a little bit more hostile, if you like.
59. The Netherlands require 135.
Tops for a 135.
115.
Yeah, Jimmy's reaction there really did threaten the tops.
$132. The Netherlands require 20.
Double 10. Quite often has been the Hoover, hasn't he, Danny Van Tripe? Cleaning up the crumbs at the end. He's going to have to be quite precise here.
10. Scotland.
Yeah, it was a great
46.
effort, but what I enjoyed more was the fact that Jimmy was coming round just to make sure he got the right angle.
Game shot on the third leg to Scotland.
So he would have had a good sight of that one, right over Robert Thornton's head.
Fourth leg, it's Scotland to throw first.
He chuckles away, having cut the gap to a leg, and it was a breaker throw that. Scotland have the darts in the fourth.
$140. $140. $100. $55.
An opportunity here for Scott Campbell just to pull away slightly from the Dutch. Try and level it up at 2 apiece. As I said before, they've only managed to get the one leg so far this week. Off of Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe.
They're going to have 6 darts from 170.
59. Scotland
to square this one up, and there's still a chance that the Dutch coronation could be delayed.
100.
We will know in the next few matches because we've got alternate games between Netherlands and Sweden right to the end of the day now. Sweden play Wales next, and the Netherlands will play South Africa before Sweden finish their day against Canada.
$54.
That was a poor leave from Danny Van Tripe. Yeah, that he couldn't do anything with the last dart, but the one before it could have
56.
aided him better.
Scotland requires 16. $12. The Netherlands require 106.
Yeah, unfortunate, and it offers up a real chance here. A chance they probably thought they weren't going to get, and it's one double.
Yeah, I'm not sure he knew which double. He had to double check that it was that one.
70.
And he couldn't
Scotland
quite force it
require
in.
4. No score.
Couldn't have got much closer.
The Netherlands require 36.
I feel that is the perfect guide for Jimmy Van Schie.
No score. Scotland require 4. Game shot on the 4th leg to Scotland.
Well, finally, Robert Thornton is the one that steps up and brings an end to it and gives it large to Jimmy Van Schie afterwards.
Game on.
Yeah, and although Campbell and Thornton there, they were very much in control of the leg right to the end, offered up those chances to the Dutch pair. But it's like I said before, Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Trup, they can't afford to switch off. They still have a job to do.
Absolutely.
122.
Yeah, that celebration was like they'd already won it, wasn't it?
60.
And these are probably the most difficult pair to play in that situation because they've been having fun all day, haven't they, Scotland?
They haven't.
180.
You're talking about Robert Thornton and the current Scotland captain as well in Scott Campbell. So you've got such, on paper, perhaps they haven't performed as well as what we would have thought today. They're still seeking up that first victory, but you've not one to write off.
Yeah, it's great to see Robert Thornton with a smile on his face. It's been a difficult time for him recently.
60. Scotland require 100.
Let's see what kind of reaction he has if he takes this out. Oh, he was going double-double for an even sweeter
60.
finish. But this has been some turnaround from the Scots.
$140. Scotland require 40. Game shot on the 5th leg to Scotland.
And Team Tartan have indeed turned it around from 2-0 down to 3-2 up.
Game on.
Yeah, and they now have the darts to see them take their first victory, but also that would make Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Trup, they'd have to wait until their last match, see how Sweden get on next. May not be as plain sailing as what they would have hoped.
Yeah, the fixtures have fallen kindly for the Netherlands. Their final game is against South Africa now. That's not a foregone conclusion.
45.
Let's not forget, the team that Netherlands might be about to lose to lost to South Africa 4-0.
41. $43.
And what you do tend to see, especially as these matches, they get to the business end, is
60.
those smiles and giggles that you might have seen earlier on. Yeah, well, everything goes a little bit more serious.
I do feel that Scotland, throughout the week this week, have actually played their better stuff in the second half of sessions.
95.
Just wonder if the early mornings maybe don't suit them. Of course, tomorrow in Group C they'll be playing in the afternoon. Much more
96.
normal time for dart players to play. Although having said that, Laura, you've just been over in the US, haven't you? And they'll start any time of day, won't
140.
You normally start in the morning and finish in the next morning. It's pretty much, you know.
Yeah, and like 6 different tournaments going on at the same time in the
Absolutely.
process.
Yeah. No idea what we entered. We just were like, yeah. We were there for the duration.
139.
Well, a chance for Scotland to win when Robert Thornton returns to the hockey. Jimmy Van Schie hoping to apply pressure. And maybe Netherlands will have to wait to confirm their participation at finals night on Saturday.
132. Scotland requires 74.
He's only got a dart at the bullseye.
38. The Netherlands
A
require
bit off the
46.
target now. Van Tripe tops, 2 in hand. Only
Game
needs
shot
the
on
one.
sick
It is
flag
3
to the
all.
Netherlands.
I think Robert Thornton will find that frustrating
Seventh
from
and
74.
final leg against the Netherlands to
You feel like you should at least
Game
get
on.
1 dart at tops if that's the route you're going to take.
Is this the moment then? They've dodged a bullet there.
97. $55.
Dodged a bullet and a troublous visit from Campbell. Offers up a real chance for them just to pull away slightly.
58.
Not punished though.
$22.
Well, the inevitable, it seems, is drawing ever closer. It looked for a moment like it might not happen in this match, but with every visit,
100.
things seem to be swinging back to Van Schie and Van Tripe.
$59.
Again, it's just that level for Scott Campbell. He's got the line. He's nice and straight on the numbers he's going for, but just can't find that right level.
60.
We've seen once he does, he can fill up the bed, no problem.
$100. $96.
Finds a treble with the last. Danny Van Tripe comes back to the hockey after Scott Campbell for 90 for the match and for a place in Saturday's finals.
Well, they'd love to return to that stage. There were huge
95.
celebrations
The Netherlands require 90.
on it after they hit the winning double. Is this the winning double here to qualify?
72.
Not
Scotland
quite.
require 107.
2 match starts come and gone, and it's the big fish, but it's a big 5 for Robert Thornton.
32. The Netherlands require 18.
One double four. And the Dutch defence is well and truly on. The reigning champions, Netherlands, are through to finals night again. They are the Group A winners. Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe will return on Saturday to try and defend their international pairs crown. They've got another match to play in this group, but they've won it with that to spare after a 4-3 victory over Scotland seals first place for them. Attention now turns to the chasing pack as Wales take on Sweden after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. 25
£5,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to Pluto TV, the home of the Modus Super Series, where we have just confirmed that Netherlands have won Group A. Sweden can no longer catch them. They're now playing to make sure they get into Group B, and a meeting with Wales, who have designs on that group themselves. It's still not actually determined that Sweden are definitely in Group B. They've got matches against the two teams that are trying to usurp them. Wales first, who are 4 points behind, and then Canada, who are 2 points behind in their final game. So this could get very interesting. A win here for Wales, and we don't know who's going through, but if it's defeat for Wales, then Sweden and Canada will be in Group B.
Yeah, Sweden in that last match against the Netherlands. Not saying the Netherlands winning is a surprise, but by winning 4-0 in such an emphatic style, Sweden just didn't seem to perform. Were caught off guard from the off by Van Trijp and Van Skeet. They'll be looking to bounce back here.
Been a good week for Swedish darts, hasn't it? Jeffrey de Graaf picking up
60.
His title, the first Swede to win a PDC event. Well, he was born in the Netherlands, but
85.
Swedish nationality now. Wouldn't have even been the best thing that happened that day if that third bullseye had gone in from Anton Ersland.
140.
It really wasn't very far away, was he?
Accuracy here from Andreas.
140.
And just while we're on this topic of 9-dart finishers and international darts, there's been one at the World Series qualifier as well, and that's come from an Italian player. Michele Torretta has produced a perfect leg in his match against the X-Factor Andy Bolton, once a regular here.
Wales, you require 161.
We're starting to see out more and more in countries providing
65.
top standard dart players, even if it's only one or two to start with.
But if you look how dance has developed in varying countries over the years, then
99.
you only need those one or two
Wales require
superstars, pick up a
96.
few titles. It inspires other people to play.
Yeah,
80.
I'm sure that
Sweden
the
in
Welsh
require
forefathers
96.
like Richie Burnett were the type that inspired Kurt Parry and the like to play. If you want to be it, you first need to see it.
$56. Wales require 16.
That's why my aspirations, Laura, when I was a youngster, of climbing the
Games on the first
career
leg,
ladder
2
were
Wales.
maybe to be a window cleaner or something. An ambition which I went on to fulfill.
Game on.
Burnett takes the first leg, and Wales are still in contention. Oh, okay. I've got your back, says Richie's best friend. What on earth?
So I just wasn't expecting it.
I thought that is a speaker. I thought he was going to just start playing out "Lean on Me" or something for a moment there. He's never gone that far before, has he?
I don't think so. It just reminded me of that scene from the Jungle Book where Blue the bear kind of rubs his back on a tree.
I hope it doesn't go any further. It's a family show.
85.
Oh, he's off again. I'm not interested in what's
100.
going on the dartboard. Let's just, what on earth is he doing?
He's obviously got an itch, but he does realise he's playing in a pairs match. This is probably the only opportunity you can go, mate. I can't reach this itch on my back.
Sweden
Can you help me out?
161.
Never a dull moment with Richie Burnett on the stage.
95.
This is all or nothing for Wales. A reminder of defeat, and they can't close the gap
44.
to Canada or Sweden.
Sweden require 66.
For victory, and it's very much on.
Yeah, double 16 for one apiece.
34. Wales require 137.
Went tops, just south of the
97.
intended
Sweden
target.
require
So a chance
32.
again for parity.
Game on the second leg to Sweden.
All square it is. And every leg that Wales lose make it harder
leg,
as
it's
well. Their
Wales to throw
leg
first.
difference
Game
behind Sweden is 11 and 10 behind Canada as well.
95.
I hope he hasn't got a dart in that hand.
$100. $50.
And this is where you sense that
43.
Wales just need to hold on throw. If they can find a way of breaking, like you say, they do need to try and work on that leg difference.
100. $134.
Good stuff from Ursland as they try to bid to break here.
$95.
And Harrison will try and leave a smaller finish, although that's made it difficult.
72. Wales, you require 161. $43. Sweden, you require 152.
Loose last start. In the opening match, we saw Osland take out the 144, looking to add the 152, and couldn't find that second treble.
40. Wales, you require 118.
94. Sweden
Well, he's
require 12.
The pressure on. He's asked the question. This man usually has the answer.
9.
But not on this occasion.
Wales require 24. Game shot on the third leg to Wales.
Well, Kurt Parry ended up on the same target as Harrison, but different outcome, and it is Wales that stretch their lead 2 legs to 1.
$100. $59. $59.
I'm just looking at it as well. Sweden are sitting pretty safe in terms of a Group B spot. If Wales were to, for example, win this match 4-3, yes, they'd be 2 points behind, but they'd still be
100.
I think 9 legs behind, which means that that would be enough for Sweden to secure their Group B spot. But Canada would be in danger, wouldn't they, with Sweden still to play and Wales on the same points as them.
180. $140.
Just get the feeling the game is really warming up. 180 backed up there, 140
55.
from Sweden, but Richie
Sweden
Burnett finds a treble, but the wrong one.
For Canada fans, if you're wondering, by the way, they do have a far superior leg difference to Wales, so Wales are going to have to beat them on points. Win this and beat Scotland and hope that Canada
127.
are defeated by Sweden when
Wales
they play
107.
in the penultimate match of the session. Well, they could be on the way to winning this.
59. Sweden require 15.
The break chance might have gone, but all they've got to do is keep holding throw. Double 6, he couldn't find it in the previous leg. But he does find it in this leg, Andreas Harrison, to tie this one up at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and I know we've mentioned it before, but statistically, people want to be in Group B because there's 5 players and 3 go through, as opposed to Group C, where you've got 6 players and 2 go through. But the teams waiting in Group B, the likes of England, Ireland, and the USA, that's it's a really, really tough group. Whoever gets through that.
$95.
Yeah, just to give you the detail on the players that are going to be in action
134
on Thursday and Friday. That group that Laura mentioned, the USA team made up of Alex Spellman and Jason Brandon. England, well, you all know by now, Steve Beaton and Adrian Lewis. And Ireland will see Conor Heenahan replace Shane McGurk from last time out and join John O'Shea. Germany have a brand new pairing, Rennie Idams and Paul Kroner, who had a tour card for the last couple of years. Denmark would be a very good score on Scrabble. Ivan Springborg Paulsen and Andreas Toff Jorgensen. And Switzerland, Bruno Sturkley and Stefan Belmont in Group C.
133.
In fairness, Group C equally as difficult. Players like Stefan Belmont have been doing good things on the Challenge Tour.
Treble 19 here. And the ball. Oh, that's beautiful. The use of the marker. Expertly executed. And that could be the nail in the Wales coffin.
Game on.
In terms of their bid to finish top 3. and be in that Group B. Which means we might have to wait until Saturday
57.
if we're going to see Adrian Lewis and Richie Burnett on the same stage at all. I mean, he's got history with Steve Beaton,
55.
but he had a bit of beef with Adrian Lewis, if I recall rightly.
Yeah, there are some potential clashes, isn't there, on the pairs, and who we see up on the stage?
81.
Absolutely mouth-watering.
Yeah, I think they had a bit of a disagreement during the Players' Championship Finals affair. The funny thing about it was during the charity
57.
initiative Movember. Adrian Lewis was sporting a moustache at the time. Didn't suit him.
I mean, that is kind of how the concept of Damon Hetter's moustache came about, I believe. And that really has developed over the last year or so.
Had a great chat with Adrian Lewis recently. You may have seen it here on Pluto TV, our new series, Murph Meets. I get the honour of meeting the good and the great in the world of darts, and Adrian Lewis.
58.
I was honoured that he was our first guest. You'll be able to catch that. Just keep an eye on the schedule.
100.
And he'll be here tomorrow from 10. Lewis making his competitive return. Just confirm that you can actually see that in a couple of hours. 3 p.m. today. That Murph Meets episode with Adrian Lewis.
140.
Team Sweden did the hard work, found the break, and just gone off the boil slightly in this leg, and a real chance for Richie Burnett
126.
to level it back up at 3-all.
Require 90.
He's got choices here. He goes treble 20, it leaves double 15, and that ties up the contest.
2 Wales.
However, a reminder that having got to 3 legs, Sweden's place in Group B is safe.
Game on.
Wales can only get into Group B if they win this match, and it would have to be at Canada's expense, so they'd need a favour from Sweden in the final round of fixtures.
60.
Little raise of the eyes there from Kurt Parry. Not happy, couldn't find a treble. Unlike Ostland.
140. 100. 90.
Just think about what damage Andreas Harrison could do if he were to get a 2-way card, because before
100.
this week, if I were to ask you who's Sweden's best darts player, you might have said Andreas.
Yeah, he'd definitely be up there, wouldn't he?
Yeah, Jeffrey's just won a Pro Tour, so if he can win it, and even if it's a conversation, even if it's a debate, that would suggest that he's more than capable of doing the same if he were to get on the Pro Tour.
I think it also just shows how incredibly difficult it is to get through Q School. When the likes of Harrison has really struggled, you are slightly reliant on a bit of luck of a draw. Get yourself a bit of momentum in terms of the wins that you can pick up.
$82. Sweden require 129.
Well, it's been in the balance all game, and it's still in the balance. We saw a brilliant 1-3-2 from Ersland on the bullseye. He ain't going to get a go at it
93.
to win the match, but
Wales
this 99 will have to go.
Yeah, 42 left.
He's got options. Double 16 is Burnett's choice. It's missed, and with that, may go Wales's chances of a place in Group B. That confirmed as Andreas Harrison wins it at the death. The 4-3 win for Sweden that cements their spot in Group B and also means that Canada are going to join them. Even if they lose to Sweden and Wales beat Scotland, the leg difference gap can't be closed. So we now know everything from this group in terms of who is going where. Netherlands are winners straight through to finals night. Sweden and Canada are going into Group B. Wales, after that defeat, will be heading to Group C with Scotland and South Africa. And the South African team are in action next as bottom plays top the Netherlands. Welcome back. This is what we've seen in the last few matches. Today, well, it has been a very, very good day for the Netherlands. You see they're winning the previous round there against Scotland. That was what confirmed them as a group winners, but they've done it by winning all 4 of the matches today. And they're looking to complete a perfect day as they seal qualification to finals night, as they end their campaign against bottom place South Africa. Confirmation now of all of the directions of these nations. Netherlands straight through to finals night as a group winners to defend their crown. Sweden and Canada heading for Group B. Wales, Scotland and South Africa bound for Group C. just looking a second glance at that table. Nobody can swap places, can they? So it's going to finish like that. I think we might see a round of fun here. Yes, of course, they'll all want to win their matches, but you can already see there's an element of, what should we say, joshing on that stage.
Yeah, and especially when you've got a dynamic like Devon Peterson, who we've mentioned is one of those characters. He's larger than life. But Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe, I know they like a bit of a laugh as well.
I just find it interesting that
First
out of the 4 people on stage, you managed to describe Devon as larger than life.
Game on.
I think they're larger than anything, aren't they, the Dutch duo? I wonder what the combined height of each team is.
$80.
Well, I did look that when Scotland took on the Netherlands in the last match, Jimmy Van Schie was stood on the floor and Robert Thornton was stood on the stage,
60.
and I think they were about the same height. So I reckon Robert Thornton on Robert Thornton's shoulders is about the same as one Jimmy Van Schie.
60.
Bring your tape measure tomorrow, Laura.
I don't know if I've got one long enough.
We'll both bring one.
60. $45.
Yeah, Devon, I think he's been a very interesting case study
55.
on all his visits to the Super Series, because there have been times when he has been brilliant. Just think back to that finals day at the ADC Global Championship. He was exceptional.
60.
But then there are other times when he really looks like he's a player that's trying to
60.
find his game. And I think the 3 days we've seen so far, you would categorise him under that.
Yeah, and it's difficult because we've mentioned he obviously
100.
likes to analyse everything, looking for perfection at all times. But I sometimes know I've spoken to players, and obviously when I've played myself, some of the best games that you were ever involved in, the ones you don't really remember, where you switch off to absolutely everything.
Game shot in the first leg to the Netherlands.
This pair are certainly switched on. A 1-5-6 checkout, not for the first time today.
Game on.
Danny Van Tripe making it look easy. Netherlands making it look easy. And who are back against them?
60.
To do the double in the international pairs.
We said it at the top of the show, they have been the most consistent in terms of performance, but also in terms of winning their matches. They won 4 the first 8, they won 4 yesterday, they've already won 4 and actually looking to go through the card today.
60.
I think South Africa will be
140.
Whatever happens in this match, to at least have got points on the board.
Yeah, and it's points on the board in emphatic style. We mentioned at the beginning of the day they hadn't won more than 2 legs in any particular match, whereas they won, they beat Scotland 4 legs to 0.
Yeah, and they're not going to have to beat Netherlands on Thursday or Friday, are they? Scotland, they might have to beat. And they've shown that they can do it.
$99. The Netherlands are 121.
Can he carry on this big finishing? Not on this occasion.
57. $58. The Netherlands requires 64.
A switch to ensure that come back. If they come back, they're on a finish, but it's double 8 for Van Schie.
Game shot on the second leg to the Netherlands.
Get to a point in a day and it just feels inevitable.
Third leg gets the Netherlands to throw first.
They're very much a team in every way, aren't they? You wouldn't really... Okay, Jimmy's probably the informed player, but if you were to do a top trumps card, I think the total scores would be similar.
140.
And I think they've both been very good at those kind of small combination finishes today. They're all important.
43.
That range from, say, like from around 48 through to about 80, but I'd say Danny's been the one that's been on point when it's come to that pop finish.
Yeah, and if you sat at home watching and a team has a finish in front of them and you're not quite sure who's going to throw next,
122.
your instinct will kick in and you'll go, well, if it's him, then I think there's more of a chance. And I just don't think it matters in the Dutch team. It's obvious in South African team,
51.
even though Carl Gabriel has done some good things, you'd probably rather have Devon Peterson throwing for a finish.
53. The Netherlands require
Canada would probably
170.
rather have Jeff Smith. Sweden would probably rather have Andreas Harrison. In this team, it does not matter.
131.
Don't know what the gesture was about. I think he was just saying I had the right to go for it, because with South Africa not on a finish, he could have chosen to put Jimmy in.
139. Game shot on the third leg.
And Jimmy
to the
sorts it
Netherlands.
out in the end. Again, clean finish from the Dutch.
Fourth leg, it's South Africa to throw first. Game on. $140.
It'll be interesting to see the dynamics of some of the new teams coming in. One in particular, people are really excited to see.
60.
Beaton and Lewis, of course. I actually think the dynamic will be okay, having been around both those people at Pro Tours over the years. I think Steve's very relaxed, isn't he? And him and nobody doesn't get on with Steve Beaton, so I think they will click behind the scenes, and let's see if
100.
they can find something on the stage.
And you think of the success that someone like Adrian Lewis has had, say like the World Cup
41.
pairs, knows how to play the game.
It's a shame that Phil's decided to completely retire, because he is around this week, isn't he? Could have rekindled that old team.
180.
Do like a tag team version.
Well, what that 180 does is gives Team Netherlands a chance to
134
complete this group in
161.
sensational style.
Danny Van Tripe, he threatened the 170,
60.
he pinned the
South
156,
Africa,
can't add the
129.
161. Does that offer an opportunity here for Peterson? It does, it's one dart at the ball.
104. The Netherlands require 101.
Well, it's 101 for Van Ski to wrap it up. Is he going to go for the bull? Is he going to go for the bull? No. I think going that way, I think Danny Van Tripe thought he was going to do that. He's conventional.
69.
But ineffective. I think there's some
South
joking
Africa
about at the back of the
125.
stage there, and it's probably audible because the referee, Owen Binks, had to have a little glance in the direction of Devon
Game
and
shot on
Danny.
the fourth leg to South Africa.
In amongst all the fun and frolics, Carl Gabriel's done the job.
Fifth leg, it's the Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
So they've turned into like a bunch of kind of naughty schoolboys at the back of the stage, haven't they, in the last leg?
I think his intention was to go for the bull when he started that
100.
visit, and then he talked himself out of it. Because I think that's what he was saying to them, I was going to go for the bull.
55. $100.
I tell you what, there's a lot of conversation on the stage, and it's a stony, silent room, isn't it? I think if this
41.
match mattered a little bit more, there might be a different reaction from some of the players to what's going on behind them.
140.
Yeah, you are used to playing in that room in complete silence, other than hearing the referee call out the scores.
66. The Netherlands require 161.
Well, once again, he's got the chance to wrap it up in style. This time, he's on course.
97.
Timmy's reaction was a picture, but he will get the chance to hit the final finish until Saturday.
47. The Netherlands requires 64.
88. There it is.
Game shot
And it is a
and the
perfect
match
day
to the
for
Netherlands.
Team Netherlands, who have won Group A and will be back to defend their title in international pairs come Saturday. They've actually signed off with 8 consecutive wins from the middle of yesterday, and that has seen Team Netherlands qualify. Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Tripe very happy to be through. And they did it with a very good performance as well. 96.35 the average, 50% success rate on the checkouts, and another 156 checkout. Danny van Tripe pulling that off. We've got 2 more games for you. Next up, it's Sweden against Canada.
.54. Charlie Maguire, 164. .44. .32. Charlie Maguire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
.26. Charlie
Time on his
Maguire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
.40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
Maguire,
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
Maguire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia Maguire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
.59. Charlie
Threw the entire
Maguire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia Maguire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Group A is about to conclude, but we already know what that conclusion is. The end of the story has Netherlands winning the group, Sweden and Canada going through in second and third, and they are about to do battle now as a kind of precursor to a couple of the fixtures in Group B. At the end of the show, we will be hearing from Team Netherlands ahead of their title defence on Saturday. Of course, they won the first international pairs event 3 months ago. And then Scotland and Wales are going to play their final fixture of this group before that. I'm Chris Murphy. Laura Turner is alongside me. Laura, these two know where they're headed, and it's kind of out of the frying pan into the fire, isn't it, in that Group B? Who do you give the best chance?
It's a really tough one, isn't it? Obviously, these guys, they've had a few days on the Yoki. They can draw a line under it. There's a lot that both the pairs can actually take as well in terms of how they've performed. But yeah, as you say, they are running into Team England, Team Ireland and Team USA. And I think Team England, obviously, there's the anticipation of seeing Steve Beaton and Adrian Lewis up on the stage. But Team USA as well, Alex Spellman, Jason Brandon. And then you've got Team Ireland.
Yeah, and Canada joining that group maybe adds a bit of spice for that fixture, of course. The North American teams going head-to-head.
85.
Yeah, of course. We did mention by way that England wouldn't be facing any domestic teams in terms of Wales and Scotland, who are heading to Group C, but we do have that for the North Americans. And they will know each other quite well, playing on tours like the CDC and WDF events.
Yeah, it very much feels like the same country when it comes to darts, doesn't it? There are some in politics that want it to be the same country, but we won't go into that.
Yeah, that's a different point altogether, isn't it? Yeah.
Very much a sports channel, this.
82. Sweden Uruguay 91.
As you say, both teams
45.
know their fate, but would be great for them to sign off with a win. Sweden haven't found a way past Canada so far this week.
98. Sweden Uruguay 46.
Yeah, and that could be what's cost them not being closer to the Netherlands at the top of the table.
14.
Both teams seem to have had their kind of bogey teams over the course of the week.
90. Sweden require 32. Game shot on the first leg to Sweden.
Dart hold a throw for Team Sweden.
Second leg, it's Canada to throw first. Game on. 105.
Well, 2 visits in a row that Dawson Michelle has opted to end
37.
the shot on the bullseye for really no apparent reason.
That's strange.
Whoa,
option, as you mentioned, but Jeff Smith back with a maximum.
$97. $100. $45. Canada, you require 116.
116 for Smith, the most recent Super Series champion.
96.
Followed to the Oki by a previous Super Series champion.
123. Canada, you require 20.
To level it up, one apiece.
12.
Yeah, opted to switch with the last.
When you do that, it really is a vote of confidence in your teammate, isn't it?
99.
You mentioned
Canada,
it earlier.
require
If
8.
you picked from a team who you'd want to be going for the double.
Game shot on the second
You mentioned
leg
Jeff
to
Smith, and
Canada.
Jeff Smith pins double four.
Third leg, it's Sweden to throw first. Game on. $100.
I think sometimes when you do make those choices, you might not make them as a single. When you're playing as a solo player, you would perhaps opt to go
125.
straight for the double. But it's having that kind of as you say, confidence in your partner, but that selflessness as well to make sure that you as a team have the best opportunity to win the leg.
$40. $140.
I think that last shot there just took a slight deflection.
54. Sweden record 161. $93. $140. Sweden record 168.
Double 16 is pinned
to Sweden.
2-1 to the Swedish pair, but perhaps
Canada
saving one of their best performances for the last match, averaging well over 90, 50% on the outer ring.
$95. $97.
A reminder, final match is Scotland against Wales. I've had your thoughts on these two teams, Laura. Just give us some crumbs
100.
of optimism for Team South Africa.
I mean, they picked up the win today. I think, you know, in terms of their attitude, it's always a very positive vibe that you get from Team South Africa. So it's very much about drawing on the experience, especially for Gabriel, who perhaps hasn't played in this kind of arena as much as Devon Peterson, and then just
59.
drawing a line under what's happened, take the positives and take it into Group C. Because today we've seen things, 14 darters, big checkouts, really well timed finishing as well. That 4-0 win, that was a comprehensive win over Scotland. And as you mentioned before, Scotland will be joining them, so they know that they can get past that team. If they can start well, then perhaps they can build on it.
Yeah, everyone starts on 0 again.
131. Sweden record 124.
Finished 12 points, maybe 14 points behind Wales if they win their last match, but it won't count for anything tomorrow. Bull here.
78. Canada, you require a 116.
Tops for Michelle for 2-2.
96. Sweden, you require 46.
Double 18 seems to be a favourite of both of the Swedish players.
10.
But it's
Canada,
not a
you
friend
require
on this
20.
occasion.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
The double 10 is a friend to Jeff Smith and Team Canada.
Fifth leg, it's Sweden to throw first. Game on.
We'll ask you about Team Netherlands as well. A very good campaign, just 2 defeats, 8 straight wins to close it out, including all 5 victories today. They're going to go into finals night with some confidence, aren't they?
Yeah, and so they should. They know how to win up on that stage. They are the reigning champions. But just like what I've seen from them so far,
78.
they seem to gel well as a team. And they're both very, very confident in their own individual ability, but I think they're also confident in each other's ability as well, and that's all important.
140. $28.
Yeah, they will be trying to go back to back.
140.
We'll hear from Jimmy Van Ski and Danny Van Tripe before the end of the show, so do stay tuned after the final game to get their thoughts and their assessment.
45.
Maybe even their plans for the next couple of days in Portsmouth.
And Jimmy's just going to go around and rally up the Jimmy Van Ski army that seems to have formulated in Portsmouth.
60.
Yeah, absolutely. A big following that he has here, and Danny van Truyck will also benefit from that come Saturday night.
55. Sweden, you require 116.
I think you should go and have a photo next to the Spinnaker Tower and see which one's taller.
$100.
Double eights on return for Sweden. Who are putting in a decent
46.
display here, averaging
Sweden, you
well
require
into the
16.
90s once again. We've seen that many times from them.
Game shot on the 5th leg to
I think
Sweden.
it just went wrong in the match that it couldn't afford to go wrong in, didn't it? When they were
Sixth
demolished
leg, it's
by the
Canada
Dutch
to
team
throw
4-0.
first. Game on.
Yeah, not only demolished, like I say, one shot at a double, averaging under 80. It's just a very un-Sweden-esque in terms of what we've seen in performance so far this
44.
week.
And had that gone the other way, they'd have still had a chance to top the group, wouldn't they? Sweden would be on 22 now. Netherlands would be on 24.
80.
And before that game, they had a better leg difference. How things have changed. Went into this match 10 legs behind the Netherlands.
57.
Everything that could have gone wrong in that match really did for Sweden, so they will be resigned to the fact that they will
41.
be in Group B.
$100.
I think Team Sweden as well, another really well-matched pair. You don't get a lot from them, whereas you see Team Scotland, obviously there's a lot of expression from the likes of Robert Thornton. You can tell that players are thinking they're very, very similar in terms of that stoicness that they have at the hockey.
58.
Well, there's an opportunity here for them to close out this game. Should be switching.
92.
Overdid it. But it worked out okay.
It's a happy accident. And what a way to finish off their Group A campaign if Osland can find the big fish.
57.
Yeah, they
Sweden, you
excited us
require
all. They teased us
170.
all with the prospect of a perfect 9-dart leg earlier this week. Trying to end on 3 balls. They're not going to finish with the maximum
83.
checkout, but the chance to get the job done will be afforded Andreas Harrison when he returns.
Not much of a
39.
response from Canada.
Sweden, you require 87.
That's double 5.
77.
One match start
Canada,
come
you
and
require
gone for Sweden.
146.
Another one. Yes. Double 16.
140.
Great effort.
Sweden, you require 10.
And it's going to earn Smith an opportunity.
6.
Dawson Michelle looked a little bit surprised
Canada, you
that
require
Canada are
32.
coming back, and they may even come back in the match as a whole. Cannot get much closer than that.
Game shot on the 6th
Without
leg
hitting,
to
which is what he
Canada.
does. All square.
7th and final leg. It's Sweden to throw first.
Yeah, felt like a real
Game on.
turnaround there for Team Canada. They looked down and out, but a solid visit, a solid attempt at the 146 from Michelle.
Again, not for the first time today. We saw in the last leg decider, Jeff Smith just tapped Dawson Michelle on the shoulder and offer him some words of wisdom.
135.
That almost resulted in a max. I want those words of wisdom.
Yeah, he should take up motivational speaking.
45.
But sometimes that's all you need in your ear. You know, they're just that friendly, supportive voice, especially if you're not perhaps too comfortable or confident. Having someone who's as experienced as Jeff Smith in your corner.
$59.
everything that Smith's done in the way that he's almost managed this team is to get the best out of Dawson Michelle. He's put him in first. He picked him himself. He wanted to play with him. Give him his full backing. And he's basically saying, look, if you make any mistakes, I'm here. I'm the Super Series champion. There's nobody better than me.
Canada, you require 132.
Oh, can he take up that 1-3-2 and get them across the line? It's a great first start. 65 left.
82.
Yeah, that first ball was sweet as a nut, wasn't it? Or does he fancy it? Has he got it in him, Dawson Michelle, just to go straight for it? I don't think he'd dare with Jeff Smith as his teammate.
Canada, you require 50.
Yeah, none of it. Double 16 becomes double 8. And that's a good win for Canada. A nice way to close out the group. They get the better of Team Sweden by 4 legs to 3. A good comeback victory for the team that finished in third in the group against the team that finished in second. One more game to come. Fourth and fifth will play as Wales face Scotland. So one final fixture to complete Group A on this international pairs special week here at the Modus Super Series. Live and free, as always, on Pluto TV. And it's going to be a meeting between Wales and Scotland, featuring Messrs Richie Bennett, Kurt Parry, Robert Thornton and Scott Campbell. Wales have had a better campaign than Scotland, but all that they get for it is a place in the same group. They'll play again over the next couple of days in Group C, along with South Africa and the incoming Switzerland, Germany and Denmark. How would you assess the last 3 days for both of these teams, Laura?
I think they could both probably say they've suffered with a little bit of inconsistency. We know what the Welsh pair did here last time, runners up in international pairs one. They seem to gel really well, but just haven't had quite the run of results that you would have expected them to have. As for Team Scotland, obviously getting to see them even more in depth today than I have throughout the week, but I think they'll be probably disappointed that they haven't picked up a few more wins along the way. The calibre of both those players, or calibre of all four of those players, I think if you told me they were going to top the group at the end of the beginning of the week, it wouldn't have been a massive shock, but just hasn't gone that way for either of them.
I can see Robert Thornton and Richie Bennett, certainly the most two animated players in this group, are already exchanging their opinions, and I don't know. You try and tell me what story Richie's telling Robert here, Laura. Any idea?
I don't know if I want to know sometimes.
Referee Owen Bink says, can you complete your practice starts, Richie, because you've got a game to start here. No, for all three, Richie. Finish a story after the match.
But I think that's one of the things that we always say when I've played here at the Women's Weeks, the camaraderie that you get, and you can see Robert Thornton now really trying to hold himself together on the yoke.
What is he doing? I think we heard something about the speaker. There he goes. Oh, he wants more. Does he want a bigger stage? He wants something to lean on? We saw him lean on the speaker earlier. We saw him scratch his back with a dart. I don't know how he manages to do something new and different every time he's here, but he does. He's put Robert right off.
41.
And Scott Campbell's now got the giggles.
100.
The one thing you can honestly say that this stage is not lacking is some characters, because Robert Thornton in the back still trying to hold it all together.
Oh, it's great to see. Laughter is contagious, isn't it?
134. $57. 45.
It's the closing clash of the group. We will resume the live action tomorrow at 1 p.m. when Germany will begin their campaign. They'll take on
24.
South Africa in the opening match of Group C. Paul Kroner and Rennie Idams, the German duo. Denmark featuring a couple of mouthfuls in terms of their participation. Andreas Toft Jorgensen and Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
121.
That is just a two-player team.
Wales require 140.
They're going to take on Scotland in their opening game, and Switzerland, Stefan Belmont and Bruno Sturkley will face Bennett and Parry of Wales.
Scotland, you require 136. $56. Wales, you require 84. $68.
Yeah, just the wrong side of the wire there for Richie Bennett.
Double 10.
Game shown the first leg.
Scotland
to Scotland.
Get the opening leg.
Second leg, it's
I was about to comment that
Game on.
You'd love to leave Robert Thornton on tops, and then he hits it with the second dart. But it's still a tops combination finish, and it still involves
55.
Robert Thornton.
140.
In tune with his famous walk-on song. He's pretty much literally travelled 500 miles to be here, Robert Thornton.
83.
Hasn't walked it, mind.
$60. 140. 21.
Clattered off the other darts, didn't it? Just lost the force that it was about to enter the board with.
You can just see on the face of Robert Thornton every time he steps up to that ock, he just gives everything each time.
100.
And that has been probably the issue that I've noticed the most, especially today for Scott Campbell, is that
60.
low
Wales
first
record
start,
123.
making everything just that little bit awkward.
$91.
Nice setup for Burnett by Parry.
42. Wales you require 32.
It just shows that he's covered that somewhat. Well, Robin Hood.
16.
Yeah, Richard Burnett up to not maybe to replace the stem, but just to kind of bite it back into position, which as a player, I think we've all done.
Yeah, squeezing it together with his teeth in the background there.
To Wales.
As Parry gets his teeth into the double. And squares up the match at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on. 83.
Well, my granddad always told me, try and repair before replacing. Save yourself a few bob, if you can.
180.
A perfect start to leg number 3, courtesy of a 180 from Kurt Parry. And followed in by another for Scott Campbell.
Back-to-back perfection. And can Burnett carry on this tune? Not quite. Bet that was a broken dart as well. He should have replaced it.
And we saw the Swedish pair go within one of the 9, which would have been a spectacular 9. We saw the Scotland duo go 7 in earlier on today.
Yeah, Robert Thornton will not want
85.
reminding about dart 8. It was about as accurate as a Dominic Calvert-Lewin penalty.
98. Wales you require 141. $121. Scotland require 80.
Superb recovery from Richie Burnett after the first. Oh, Robert Burnett making up names now. Robert Thornton hit the 80. But in that very first leg, not adding it this time.
Require 20.
I think I can cope with Robert and Richie. I think if we merged them into one, that would be some character, wouldn't it?
It's game 15. Come on, I haven't been here for a while.
Fourth leg, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
Parry keeping his calm and carrying on, as he so often has to do, being the partner of Richie Burnett.
140.
I still keep looking back to that Netherlands performance, which what makes it so out of character, because it was Kurt Parry that was being told by Richie Burnett to kind of, you know, chill out, calm it down, because he was visibly quite frustrated at something.
45.
If we were to have a women's pairs event, have you got a preference of partner
96.
that you would play with?
Bo Greaves if she's free.
That's a stupid question, really, wasn't it?
I can just fill in with my
85.
26s and 41s along the way, you know. She can do the legwork. She could possibly, she's got the darts the way she's playing at the moment. You know, just let her fly solo and we'll all
134.
pair up.
I'll tell you what, I think if you put one player in Team England right now in this week and they said, who do you want to play with? I'm sure that one or two might even say Bo Greaves. Never mind, just for the women's game.
140.
Yeah, she's exceptional at the weekend at the women's series, picking up all 4 events and then backing it up with a third round 6-5 defeat. But it was the reigning men's world champion that took her out, and then a 6-5 loss to Danny Noppert.
131.
Unbelievable stuff.
Well, you require 91.
I'll ask you another question, and you might have to think carefully about the answer after this break. I think you know what it is. Tops.
51.
Not near.
Scotland require 44.
4 tops.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Bit of Motown
to
magic
Scotland.
from Robert Thornton.
5th flag, it's Scotland to throw
So the
first.
question is,
Game
Laura,
on.
I've asked you about women's pairs. What about mixed pairs? Who would you play with?
96.
But the obvious choice, it would be the other half. We have played together, but we haven't always had the best success. I'll be
55.
honest. But yeah, I'll stick with that because that's the politically correct answer, I believe.
He might be watching. Is that what you're saying?
90. $140.
So maybe if you did like a family fortunes version, then that would make it,
96.
Is it-
Yeah, absolutely. We've had other families
99.
playing here. Raymond and Kai Smith played the same week. Simon and Mason Whitlock both have played on that stage. James and Josh Richardson. James famously hit a 9-darter
42.
against his son.
$81.
Well, despite the reaction there from Richie Burnett, has left his partner on a finish.
137. Well, would you reckon
A
126?
much better finish left by Robert Thornton for his. A treble in that same segment.
54.
And now
Scotland
tops
require 40.
for Campbell
Game shot on the 5th
to
flag.
give Scotland the
To
lead.
Scotland. 6th flag, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
Richie been having a little boogie in the background now.
39. $60.
Yeah, last time round, Richie Burnett and Kurt Parry, they found themselves they're
100.
kind of leading Group A, weren't they? We spoke about it earlier. Found themselves in Group B. Will have to find a way out of Group C if they're going to make Saturday again.
125.
Scott Campbell, another that appeared in finals night of International Pairs 1 and produced that amazing 2 180s in a 9-dart shootout, which was just phenomenal.
$48.
A reminder that we will be hearing from the Dutch duo after this match, so do stay tuned. Van Tripe and Van Ski will be in the
58.
studio talking tungsten, talking triumph.
$138.
Treble 20 with the last, so 138 scored
42.
to leave 130, and
Scotland
that
to require
42 means they've
130.
got 6 starts for it.
Yeah, and they will
58.
need all 6 of there to get over the line in this leg.
Again, maybe just a confidence boost this for Scotland ahead of
65.
more matches with Wales
Scotland
this
to
week,
require
should
72.
they complete the job here. Well, it may only be a dart at the bullseye. 64 remaining. That's all he's got.
37. Wales will require 97.
Off the mark, and it's parry. 78 now with 2 in hand, and just the wrong side of the treble 18.
39. Scotland to require 35.
So to finish off proceedings in Group A, Robert Thornton lands double 16 to get the match won for Scotland in this home nations derby. And Richie Burnett plays some imaginary bagpipes in honour of that Scottish success, bouncing around the stage as he always is, bringing entertainment and colour to the Super Series. But it's Scotland who get the victory in the final match of the group. Both them and Wales will be heading into Group C with South Africa. Group 3 will see Sweden and Canada, but the group winners and Netherlands are going to be in the studio talking about that success, so stay with us.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the Netherlands are the winning team. You can see that the final set of fixtures there, they sealed it with that 4-3 win over Scotland and then went on to beat South Africa 4-1 to complete a perfect day actually on Wednesday here at the International Pairs, signing off the group with 8 straight wins to qualify for finals night, top of the table in the end. And we could just show you now the entire table. 6 points clear of Sweden. Canada in third place. They'll go into Group B with the Swedish pair. Wales, Scotland and South Africa heading into Group C. And delighted to say that Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe have joined me for a chat. Gentlemen, congratulations. Look, fantastic achievement to make it through. Obviously, you're the defending champions, so to be there on Saturday to defend that title was the first target, I'm sure.
Yes, if you ask me, that was the goal to try to win Group A. And I think we played really good. And to lose one game on Monday and one game on Tuesday, we got the focus to win all 5 games today, and we done the job. So we are very pleased.
Danny, there's one game in particular that really was important today, that game against Sweden, and you two turned up and just blew them out of the park, didn't you?
It was the best game of the day. I think the best game of the week. They played 98 average against us on the Monday. And then we know it was a really strong team. And then Tuesday we won the game, but the last leg was a 24-darter, so it was 4-3, but we were happy with that win. And then we said to each other today, we have to win against Sweden and against Canada, the first game. Now we won against Canada, so when we played Sweden, we were like, if we win this one, I think we're good. Yeah, then we played like 97 average, played really good, and won 4-0.
Absolutely, yeah. There's been some really good stuff. Danny, you in particular taking out big finishes today. You must be pleased with that aspect of your game.
Yeah, my scoring this week was not good because we said it to each other, Jimmy, you start, because his scoring is powerful. He's playing very good. And my finishes were great this week. I had a lot of 10 plus finishes. And I did... I did 156 today and 144 also today, and yesterday also 3-4 10 plus finishes. So when I have 3 darts in my hand, I was 9 out of 10 out. So I played really good today.
Yeah, absolutely. It must be really good for you to know that Danny's got that in his locker. But as a pair, obviously you won the first international pairs.
Yeah.
You both then won your weeks in the main series. Both got to Champions Week. Do you feel like you come into this week an even stronger pair than the team that won it last time around?
Yeah, I think so. We both know we are capable of doing great things, and when you do it together, and it just proves a point that you can win as a pair. And we got the confidence now, and we're gonna try to do it again.
We're just looking at that moment now when you did win it. How enjoyable was that for both of you?
I really enjoyed it. Yeah, but what most people saw in the semi-finals, I didn't enjoy the crowd when we played Scotland because they deserved to win. But Jimmy did an incredible 124 finish. But in the final, we beat Wales 4-1, and I was happy with the win after. So we did a great job, and I hope to do it again.
And only you and Wales, the 2 finalists, have actually come back as the same pairs for this one. So we've got a few different teams and a few new faces. You're not going to have to meet any of them now until Saturday, but will you be watching with interest the next couple of days?
100%. I think they're all good pairs, but especially Group B for me is the one that stands out. I'm really curious what's going to happen there. Yeah,
it looks like a really difficult group, that, doesn't it? You're very glad that you're not in it.
Yeah, because I said to Jimmy, I want to be first in the group, or 4th, 5th, or 6th, because I not want to be in Group B. Because if you look at Group B, England, you have beaten Lewis. Team Ireland is also strong with Conor Hedegan, the master of 9 daughters at the Modus. And then you have, who's the other one in the group? USA, Jason Brennan and Alex Spellman, also great players. Yeah, then Sweden and Canada is also joining Group B. It's going to be difficult for all of those 5 countries.
Yeah, I mean, we can show you the breakdown. Look, you're through, you're safe, you're into Saturday. Once again, the title defence is on, but that Group B looks so difficult. Obviously, the return of Adrian Lewis has been one of the big stories. England were actually made favourites by the bookies. You were second favourites. That will have changed now, of course, with you being through to Saturdays. And Group C is going to be interesting as well. Do you think there are any sort of surprise packages in that group that could do well?
I think maybe Germany can be a surprise. And Switzerland also, because Steven Belmont is also a great player, and he's, I don't know his best partner, but I saw he's doing fine, well on the Challenge Tour last weekend. So I think Switzerland is going to have a chance to make it to the Saturday.
Yeah, and I guess the main thing for you is that you don't have to worry about any of that, and you're pretty safe out of it and through.
A nice couple of days off is a really good thing now. Yeah, I've had if I talk about myself, I had a very busy schedule. And just these 2 days off is already big for me. So I'm going to enjoy my time off and just watch the darts and prepare for Saturday.
We've been talking in commentary, myself, Laura Turner, Scott Mitchell, how big an achievement it would be to win this twice with all the talent that you've had against you, with all of the teams that you would have had to see off. How much would that mean to you to do that again on Saturday?
It's a big achievement. And we did it the first time, and I know I can do it with Jimmy for the second time. It's a good start to prepare for the South Korea, for the WDF World Championship. And I think we're going to play the Dutch Open next year also together, if we don't get a tour card.
Yeah.
I will ask a quick question on Champions Week and Champions Night. Obviously, didn't quite work out for you in Group C, Jimmy, all the way to the final, had a dart at the Bull, just missing out again. Jeff Smith obviously also in this week. So how sort of good is it that this has come around so quickly for you to get back on that stage and try and taste victory again?
Yeah, I think obviously when you're participating in big things, these things happen, you know, and you just need to give it a place and move on. That's what you have to do. If you get stuck in that feeling of a big final that you lose, I think it's going to bring your game down. So, but I gave it a place, and now we're going to move on. And yeah, I feel comfortable again. So just try to win this now.
And you could well be celebrating on that stage on Saturday again. Look, guys, congratulations. A very good performance to get through in Group A. We'll see you again on Saturday, but there is plenty more coming up on Pluto TV between now and then. Right after this show, we've got a Bullseye Challenge, the international pairs face-off straight after the live show. Tomorrow, we have got back-to-back sessions, of course, Group C and B taking place on Saturday night. It is finals night. Jimmy and Danny will be in action looking to defend the title for the Netherlands. And on Sunday, we have got the latest Influencer Dart Showdown featuring stars from the world of social media and dart stars as well. But also, of course, do not forget that Adrian Lewis is going to be making his debut here at the Live Lounge Thursday night, 10 p.m. He's going to partner Steve Beaton for England. And that is something that I know a lot of people have saved in their diaries. It's happening here tomorrow. But in terms of Group A, well, it was the Dutch that did the business once again, and the Netherlands are ready to defend their title on Saturday night. Stay tuned. What a great week this has been, and there's plenty more to come.
Modus Super Series Internationals Pairs Champions.
And it's double Dutch delight.
It's the Netherlands.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!